We are now live, sound check. Hamilton City Council meeting for September 28th, 2022, sound check.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson, are you ready to go?
Oh, I am, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, good. And welcome everyone. And there's a lot of joy in the room here for all of us being together. Probably the first time in almost 3 years. So welcome. And we also know that this is our last council meeting as this council for this year. So. Cordial transition, and then look forward to the next council and all the work they're going to do. I do want to, I hear an echo for some reason or another. Is that mine? Okay, I got my laptop on mute. So good morning, and a special welcome to Syndico Manila from Rakamuto and their party that are here. So welcome. We'll have the Syndico here in a minute. And in honor of their visit, and the Syndico will have a few words to say before they move on to other events. And we had a nice display of Shasha pictures, a national treasure of Italy and certainly a resident of Sicily. And right now, I would ask if you would rise for the singing of the Italian national anthem, and after that, the Canadian national anthem.
We stand free.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your song and voice. And we will acknowledge that we are on the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas territories. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. And we further acknowledge that this land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement between the Lakes Purchase, 1792, between the Crown and the Mississauga of the Credit First Nation. City of Hamilton is home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, North America, and we acknowledge and recognize that we must do more to learn about the rich history of this land so that we can better understand our roles as residents, neighbors, partners, and caretakers. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live on the city's website and temporarily archived, that the presentations and reports considered at this meeting are available on the website as well, and that members of the public can contact the clerk's office to acquire documents in an alternate format. As well, a reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during our council meeting, and a reminder that we are working on the 5-minute time limit rule, and if you need more, you can certainly request more. And Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Yes, there are 7 added correspondence items. Item 5.9, correspondence formally requesting that City of Hamilton City Council issue a letter in support of Stopping Harassment and Abuse by Local Leaders Act. Item 5.10, correspondence from the Municipality of Grey Highlands requesting support for the resolution lobbying the Ministry of the Solicitor General to increase the fines for all levels of speeding. Item 5.11, correspondence from the Honourable Steve Clark, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, respecting public consultation in the land use planning process. Item 5.12, correspondence from Lakewood Beach Community, requesting that Council defer the installation of new no stopping signs. Item 5.13, correspondence from West End Home Builders Association, respecting an evidence-based view of the progress of this term of Council has made, increasing housing supply to meet the needs of a growing community. Item 5.14, correspondence from the Hamilton Waterfront Trust, respecting the future path of management for the Waterfront Trust. There are 2 added notices of motion. Item 8.1, releasing the direction to staff in closed session respecting the Hamilton Waterfront Trust at the April 27th, 2022 Council meeting. Item 8.2, Heritage Conservation District Study. Their Council communication updates have been revised to include Council communication updates from September 27th, with item 10.1, September 9th, 2022 to September 27th, 2022. There are also 4 added bills. Bill number 255, Bill number 256, Bill number 257, Bill number 258. And there is a change to the order of the items. We are recommending item 8.1, a notice of motion respecting releasing the direction to staff in closed session respecting the Hamilton Waterfront Trust be dealt with as soon as the AFNA Administration Committee report has been handled. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Could I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Ferguson, second by Councillor Partridge. Any comments or questions on the agenda? Hearing none, all in favor? You all have the ability to vote electronically, I trust. If not, let me know. So Councillor Partridge approve, Councillor Vanderbeek approve, Councillor Jackson approve, Councillor Nan, and Councillor Farr. And Councillor Powers. I think we're going to see a lot of thumbs today, so we'll keep an eye on that. Members of Council, any declarations of interest? Councillor Pearson, we'll start with you, and then to Councillor Clark, I saw.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's with regards to Planning Committee of September 20th. I have item 9.2 was a report or item from John Fairland with regards to legality of rental housing bylaw number 21-166. I am a landlord along with my husband own rental property, therefore have a conflict. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Clark.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. I have a conflict on item number 1 of the General Issues Committee. It's a disqualifying pecuniary conflict as my son has a retail business interest with the principal of Urban Solutions who has or had clients with land holdings in the Elfrida Growth District. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And when we get to that, we'll have a separate vote on that item as well. Councillor Vanderbeek. Yeah, you got to turn your microphone on. Yep. Other side, I think. Oh, there you are. Yep.
It's on now. Thanks. Just declaring an interest in the planning report. Item number 9.2, the same as Councillor Pearson, and because my family are landlords. and it's got to do with rental property. Thank
Great,
you.
thank you. Any other declarations? I see Councillor Danko and then Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a non-disqualifying interest in item 9 of the General Issues Committee report. This is the Hamilton Wentworth District School Board Liaison Committee report, as I have no pecuniary interest, but my wife is currently the chair of the Hamilton Wentworth District School Board. Thank you.
Duly noted, and we'll have a separate vote on that. Councillor Wilson.
Good morning. Thank you. Planning report, items 4 and 8. I am noting an interest disqualifying, as my spouse is a board member and shareholder. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And again, noted, we'll have a separate vote on those items when they come up. Any others that we should be aware of? Not seeing any. Thank you. So as noted a little earlier, we do have I think, a very special delegation here, the Vincenzo Maniglia of the mayor of Raccamuto. Benvenuti, Hamilton, Signora Sindaco Vincenzo Maniglia. The friendship between our communities has endured for 37 years, and as our cities, countries, and indeed the world emerge from this pandemic, we're delighted you're able to join us to celebrate in the month of Festitalia here in Hamilton. 37 years ago, our former mayor Bob Morrow and city councilor Vince Agro traveled to Raccamuto to take part in the Festa della Madonna del Monte, and with Sindaco Calerio Sardo officially joined our two cities as twin cities. Sindaco Vincenzo Maniglia was elected mayor of Raccamuto in April of 2019 and was previously a city councilor since 1993. He is a professor of design and construction and earned a degree in architecture. Sindaco Maniglia also holds the office of president of the Leonardo Sciascia Foundation. Pictures in display here out in our foyer. Hamilton is proud to have contributed to have a replica statue of Raccamuto's famous son and literary giant Leonardo Sciascia here at Liuna Station. If you haven't been there or haven't seen it, please do go and visit. And of course, Liuna Station is where thousands of immigrants arrived into this great city, myself included, and I'm sure some others in the room here. So with many citizens, 25,000 in fact, in Hamilton of Raccamutese ancestry and culture, including two of our city councillors, Councillor Sam Marula, who heralds his family from Raccamuto. In fact, there's a grocery store in Raccamuto called Marula's, and Maria Pearson from Sicily. You might be more accurate in terms of location for our purposes. And as well as our Councillor Esther Pauls, who is from Palermo, Sicily, who I got to sample some of her very good Italian just a little while ago. In fact, I thought I was meeting with the mayor of Maniglia, or with the mayor of Raccamuto, and all of a sudden I see Esther and the mayor walking away. I'm not sure where they went to, but they were busily talking in very Sicilian way. So hands were flying, and lots of emotion was being shared, and it was wonderful to see. So we're honored to have your visit here, and in lieu of the customary gift exchange between friends, we will be making a contribution towards Raccamuto's Terra Madra project, which is the Terra Madra, or the motherland, a monument to be dedicated to the many people from Raccamuto around the world. So I'd like to now invite Sindaco Maniglia of Raccamuto to come and say a few words and join us here with, hopefully, and maybe, Charles, did you want to come up and maybe... Okay, please, feel free.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you for pass some words to you. Mr. Mayors, councillors, citizens of Hamilton and Raccamutense community. It is with great pride that today, representing the city of Raccamuto, I am pleased to receive it in the prestigious council chamber. First of all, I would like to tell you about Raccamuto, my city, Racalmuto was founded by the Arabs. In fact, the name derives from the Arabic Rahal mouth, and has seen a succession of different dominations, Byzantines, Normans, and Aragonese, which have left traces and testimonies of their presence. Located about 25 kilometers from Agrigento, today it has 8,000 inhabitants and has given birth to illustrious personalities, including the writer of the 20th century, Leonardo Sciascia, to whom the municipality of Racalmuto has dedicated a foundation which has about 15,000 letters, as well as painting and works of art that belonged to him. The 7th century painter Pietro d'Asaro, whose works are preserved in various churches in the city, and the more current painter Giampiero Cacciato, whose permanent exhibition was recently inaugurated in his birthplace by Gio Grimaldi and Charles Creminisi, the tenors Luigi Infantino and Salvatore Puma, to whom the municipality has dedicated 2 showrooms. The sculptor Giuseppe Agnello, you know it, because here in Hamilton created the statue of the writer Leonardo Sciascia and many other characters. In our city, there are also important architectural structures. 14 churches, including the Mother Church dedicated to Maria Santissima Annunziata and the sanctuary dedicated to Maria Santissima del Monte. A Chiaramont Castle, which houses a museum, a 19th century theatre in excellent condition, a convent of nuns of the Poor Clares, today the seat of the City Hall. Numerous drinking fountains, 2 of which are of particular value, the Fontana dei Nove Cannoli and the Fontana del Raffo. Much of Racalmuto has been present here in Hamilton for a long time. These fellow citizens of mine are strongly linked to these beauties. They jealously guard their memory. For work reasons, they left their country of origin, they became citizens of Hamilton, but at the same time, and with pride, they keep the umbilical cord linked to Italy, Sicily, and their homeland. Here there are more than 25,000 Racalmutesi, from the first, second, and third generation, who keep their origin intact and who, through the celebration of Festa del Monte, a Marian tradition that has remained in the hearts of the faithful, renew their bond with Racalmuto, the city that I have the honor of administering. The link with the city of Hamilton has never been interrupted since 1987, the year in which the two cities shared the twinning. Several mayors of Hamilton, including Robin Morrow and the current Fred Eisenberg, come to visit Racalmuto on the occasion of the Festa del Monte, and as is done for a relative, they were welcomed with the whole honors and accompanied for the entire duration of their stay to visit our wonderful monuments and our natural beauties. All this take on a symbolic, high and prestigious value, just as a tree needs its roots to nourish itself. The attachment to the origin constitutes an added value to one existence, and the desire to keep this bond alive brings the different generation of Racalmutesi citizens of Hamilton who wants to know and deepen their origin. The continuous visit to Racalmuto by a group of citizens led by Gio Grimaldi, Charles Creminisi, and Gio Curto testify that even today there is the will to renew the link between the two communities. The next Festa del Monte will have a further element of a high symbolic value. In fact, in the traditional parade of the 3 candles, an additional candle will be introduced, and therefore in addition to the Ciglio dei Burgisi candle, the Ciglio dei Urara candle, and the candle of the Ciglio dei Cicirara, the new candle of the Ciglio degli Immigrati is added. Built in recent years on the proposal of the president of Vivere Calmuto Association, Giancarlo Mateliano, and thanks to the co-financing of generous donors of different nationalities. It testifies to the desire to renew with the people of Vera Calmuto and the world the desire to still feel citizen of Vera Calmuto. All this makes me proud. It makes me understand that one cannot erase one's origin in the life of a man. The deep desire to bond with the city of birth or with the city of one's ancestors. I therefore want to thank the Racalmutesi communities and all of those who have made a great sacrifice so that our visit to the city of Hamilton could be realized. Finally, I thank you, Mayor Fred Eisenberg, the entire Hamilton City Council, for giving me this great opportunity to speak in this hall. I invite you, come to Racalmuto for the next Festa del Monte in 2023, certain that these cultural and social exchanges enrich our human and life experience. Long live Hamilton, and long live Racalmuto. Thank you. L'occasione di this occasion is for the mayor.
Beautiful. Thank you so very much. Very proud. Yes, yes, and have a wonderful visit, and we will see each other again for future events. And I must tell you that I continue to be inspired by the culture and the warmth of the Racalmutesi community. And Diana and I will always treasure our visit to Racalmuto, and certainly my ride up the stairs into the church on a horse. Was a horse, not a donkey. It was a horse, very white horse, lovely horse, big horse. And we had just a wonderful visit there, and the ties, I think, that bind our two communities together are very strong, and I think the testament to some of the families that are here, and you'll recognize some of these very prominent family names: Marchesi, Macaluso, Chino, Marula, and the list goes on and on, of families that have made significant contributions in our community, including Agros, by the way, and not to forget the Agros, all of whom have made Hamilton what it is today. So, Syndico, thank you so much. Enjoy your visit. I'll see you a little later, and we'll have a little reception a little later on. So, thank you for being here, and you're welcome to stay for the meeting. But you're probably wise to make an exit and go and see our city. So I understand you're going to our waterfront, you're going to go downtown, going to see our innovation park, and get a sense of what Hamilton's all about. So have a great trip. You got it. Thank you. New best friend. Good for you. New best friend. All right, folks, welcome once again, and it is great to see everybody here. I do need a motion to approve the minutes of the September 14th, 22 meeting. So a motion to approve, moved by Councillor Vanderbeek, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor? And again, electronically if you can. If not, Put a hand up, a thumb up, or whatever you need to put up. Thank you. Thumbs up, Councillor Powers, Councillor Vanderbeek, Councillor Pearson, and everyone else able to vote, I trust. Carried, thank you. On the communications, firstly, Councillor Powers, can I get you to put a motion forward to put the communications on the floor, and then I have Councillor Johnson on the list. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Jackson, that the September 28th, 2022 council communications be approved as presented.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson, you have a specific item. Which one, please?
Yep, just to let you know and to update this council on 5.8, this is correspondence from Joseph Minor respecting the PFAS contamination fish in the Upper Welland River. The CAO of the NPCA has reached out and they will be meeting together shortly because it's completely under the NPCA's bailiwick as far as signage is concerned, and it's under the federal government as far as the testing is concerned. So anyways, I just wanted to bring everybody up to date that the loop will be closed. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm not sure, I'd like to speak to two items. Item 510 is the correspondence from the municipality of Grey Highlands requesting support for the resolution lobbying the Ministry of the Solicitor General to increase fines for all levels of speeding. I certainly am not sure if that's being moved, but I would move it. Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if there would be a seconder.
It's indicated to be endorsed.
Thank you.
And so it'll...
Then if I just could speak to it, I'm thrilled to see this before us. I think it's an absolutely important step in trying to address the ongoing speeding issues that we're having throughout. Not just, I say in Stony Creek, because I'm getting it every day, but throughout the city, the province, the country. And I don't know what's created it, but it's become very, very nerve-wracking. As a matter of fact, just coming in today to City Hall, I can't believe coming up Highway number 8, traveling westbound, a car turning and cutting somebody off at an intersection without any thought at all. And when you're driving through an intersection, you have your right and you're being cut off and having to put the brakes on, something is really happening in society that's getting very, very, very sad and dangerous. So I'm supportive of that. On item, I'm just going to go to it's one that was added today.
Can I just ask if anyone else is on the item that you just spoke to, item 510? Anyone else? Nope. Okay. Councillor Pearson, go ahead.
Thank you. Just on item 512, Mr. Mayor, this is correspondence from the Lakewood Beach community requesting that council defer the installation of new no stopping signs on Fruitland Road, Bill 247. Mr. Mayor, I just want to confirm for the viewing public and the Lakewood Beach community that there really is not a major change on this stretch of roadway because it's currently signed as no stopping. No parking anytime, my apologies. It is currently signed no parking anytime, but we're still having major problems with, and this is a window to the lake, we're still having major problems with cars parking and walking away, even though it says it's no parking. So the no stopping signs is the next direction that staff have recommended, and I support this going in. Unfortunately, it's ironic that, you know, I'm getting, what can I call it, tour buses stopping and sitting there for hours on end for no reason. And they're blocking the whole frontage of this person's property. I'm getting school buses that are stopping and idling. And when confronted by the homeowner, the homeowner is being treated very, very rudely. They're just trying to protect their property and their environment. So this is just to put no stopping in place of the no parking that's currently there. Thank you. So my colleagues know why that's coming.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mine is with respect to correspondence item 5.4, which is from Hamilton chapters of ACORN respecting a request to the Chief Coroner for Ontario to begin recording and tracking heat-related deaths. I would wish consideration of my colleagues to endorse this. And if I could, through you, I have a question to staff, if there is anyone here who might be able to speak to this today.
Okay. Let me just guess that it might be Angela Burton, and they're conferring.
Angie Burden, General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. I'm sorry I missed the question. Can you kindly repeat?
No problem. Through the mayor to GM Burden. This is a letter from 4 local chapters from Acorn, Hamilton, and it is requesting that the coroner of Ontario start tracking heat-related deaths. And I should have given you a heads up in advance. I apologize. I was going to ask through the mayor to you if you knew of any provinces now that do track it. I know there was a coroner's inquest in British Columbia last year as a consequence of the heat dome, whether you wish to comment on this item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Angela?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Wilson. We did check with Dr. Richardson. We currently in Hamilton do not track heat-related deaths, and we're happy to take that back for further information on that. It's something not currently something that we do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to see this body endorse this local piece of correspondence. This is a reality facing some of our most vulnerable residents in Hamilton who are living in conditions where they do not have access to air conditioning, and sometimes their shelter in terms of ventilation is questionable. We know that when you track temperatures, not only in Hamilton, but in Canada and in North America, we're seeing a steady rise. And we know that this presents a clear and present danger now and certainly into the future for residents in Hamilton. We know that there is legislation, I believe, which governs heat access in the winter, but it is silent on the availability of a certain a level of coolness and what is the responsibility of the property owner in that regard. And I think once we start accumulating evidence of heat-related deaths, it will become apparent that this is a public health issue that we need information on. So that is my wish today. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Is there any objection to having this endorsed? Okay, I see no objection. So Councillor Nan on this item as well.
Thank you, through you, Mayor, and appreciation for bringing this correspondence up, more from receiving and perhaps some action here. Colleagues, you'll notice in the Emergency Community Services report, there was a Seniors Advisory Committee citizen report that also spoke to requesting the City of Hamilton to advocate to the Government of Ontario to change the building code to make heating and cooling units and electrification mandatory in all new buildings and retrofit housing. And these issues are absolutely intertwined. And so perhaps the endorsement or the direction here could be to receive and also to direct staff to prepare that correspondence as outlined.
Okay, so the recommendation I have is to endorse. I would imagine that if we want to go further than that, then maybe we should also endorse and then refer the matter to committee, and they can further follow up on any additional information that might be of value. Angela?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Dr. Richardson is online to speak to this item.
Okay. Good morning. Welcome, Dr. Richardson.
Good morning, everybody. Just wanted to make one comment in relation to Councillor Wilson's question earlier. And we do know that BC has been tracking heat-related deaths at least the last 2 years. I'm not sure, Councillor, how long exactly they've been doing that. We are having an update from them on this issue at our urban public health meeting that's coming up in a couple of weeks. And so I think when we come back, we'll have more to share around those issues. On the issue of, overall heat-related deaths, this is in our climate change action plan in terms of items that we're looking at. And so very much would welcome moving forward, additional support around this issue and advocacy to others as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So can we make it endorsed and referred to the Community Services, Emergent Community Services Committee for follow-up? Councillor Nan, good with that?
I just wonder if it should go back to committee, or if it, given the direction, the fact that it's in our climate action plan as well, if staff could just take charge of it.
So what committee, so public health is no longer tracking that one, or are we? Dr. Elizabeth, are we following through on the climate change action plan, or is that through community services?
I see.
Mr. Mayor, it's, I believe the issues that are in the climate action plan, it's been indicated which area would be following up on that. This is an area that both public health services and the broader areas within healthy communities would be following up on. So just, I'll turn to Angie just to ask, because I'm not remembering exactly whether we're bringing those back to the individual subcommittees to which we report, or if we're bringing that back through GIC. So Angie, do you recall?
Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. My understanding is that this would be part of the reporting that would come through the climate action change plan through GIC.
Okay, so we can then refer it to that process? Yes? Okay. All right, we have a motion then to alter that. We can ask staff to make the adjustment unless there's an objection. Not seeing an objection, thank you. Councillor Pearson, other matter?
Mr. Mayor, no, on this, it's not an objection, but I'm going to, as abundance of caution, because this is ACORN that deals with rental housing, I will declare a conflict.
Okay, then we will ask for a separate vote on that after we've heard from Councillors Jackson and Danko. Councillor Jackson, same item or different item?
Mr. Mayor, I wanted to speak when we get to ECS, the item 1 from the Seniors Advisory Committee, to provide some greater detail, because I believe there is additional measures that we can do in our bylaw, which we did a few years ago. So I'll reserve my comments further for the ECS agenda today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Danko? 513, we're, so let's finish off 5.4, so a separate vote then is required on 5.4 with a declaration of conflict. So if we could turn that vote on. And it's to be endorsed and referred to General Issues Committee and the Climate Change Review. And those that need to do a thumbs up would be Councillor Partridge, Councillor Powers. I know. We'll just wait for the screen to pop up. Here, hang in there. I kind of jumped ahead of the electronic vote, but there it is. And time's up. You always put your thumb up anyway. You vote electronically and then give us the big screen thumb. And that's carried unanimously, except for one abstention. Councillor Danko, 513, I think I heard you say.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is correspondence from the West End Home Builders Association concerning population growth versus the number of residential housing units that are needed. Of course, housing affordability and the approval of residential units has been a major topic recently. And I just wanted to address a couple things in this letter. At Planning Committee, we just had an update on the number of residential housing units that were actually approved this term. And I was wondering if through you I could ask staff just to reiterate for all of council how many residential housing units have been approved and what our pace is for the future, what we're planning for in our growth scenarios.
Jason Thorne is ready to go. Jason.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jason Thorne, General Manager of Planning and Economic Development. So we did note at Planning Committee this week that the number of residential units that came through Planning Committee was just over 10,000 through this term of council. So that's just over 10,000 residential units. Now, notably, not all applications have to come through Planning Committee. In fact, most go through the site plan process, which is a delegated approval authority to staff. And we had just over 20,000 residential units approved through what we call our development review team through this term of council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think that's important to highlight because the letter does point out that we need to hit a goal of 5,000 residential units a year, but in fact, we are already hitting that goal right now. So I think that, when the issue is approvals, the approvals are being processed. So, a lot of the talk is on, cutting red tape and that kind of thing, but we also need to put the responsibility on the development industry for actually building those units that have been approved. Thank you.
Good point, thank you. And, we're probably building more than we ever have in the history of the city of Hamilton as of right now, and certainly more is needed. So we'll continue to marshal on in that direction. No change requested here. Any other items that folks would like to speak to? Councillor Wilson, a second time?
No.
On this item, go ahead.
Thank you, and I appreciate Councillor Danko highlighting that correspondence. And I do recall when we were having our discussion and debate about the urban boundary in the future, our chief planner was able to identify the number of acres available in southern Ontario and in Hamilton that were approved, I think, and development ready. And I was wondering if I could, through you, to Mr. Thorne, if he had that number at hand. Thank you.
Jason?
Through the chair, my memory is not as good as Mr. Robichaud's, so no, I don't have that land figure at my fingertips. Could certainly dig it up and circulate it around after the meeting.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Mr. Thorne and to the mayor, I do recall the number being significant. There is significant acreage that is being held by the development industry in Ontario. So when we're talking about red tape, I think perhaps we should talk about those who are holding it. And when you hold something that becomes a commodity, then it becomes precious, and therefore the price does increase. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll, I know Steve Robichaud is in the other room, but he probably heard this, or maybe he left. But if he could kind of dig that number up and share it with us while we're here by email, that'd be great. And no further comments on this item. Any further comments on communications items? If not, we have Councillor Powers moved and seconded by Councillor Jackson. All in favor of communications as amended? Wait for the vote. Then I'll look for thumbs. Vote is up. Thank you. Councillor Powers is affirmative. Councillor Partridge, favor. Anyone else need to do? Councillor Nan, thank you. And that's carried, and we are now going to, excuse me, move into Committee of the Whole. Councillor Powers, once again, a motion to do exactly that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Danko, that council move into Committee of the Whole to consider the committee reports.
Thank you. All in favor? Electronic vote is up. And affirmative from Councillor Powers and Partridge and Dan. And Pearson. And that's carried, and we are now going to committee reports. The first committee report is item 6.1, the Hamilton Street Railway Company shareholder report of September the 13th. Again, Councillor Powers, you have a motion to put that report on the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Ferguson, that Hamilton Street Railway Company shareholder report 22-001, being the meeting held on Tuesday, September the 13th, 2022, be received and the recommendation contained therein be approved.
Well done. Thank you. Any comments on that report? Not seeing any. Thank you. All in favor then? And Councillor Partridge, Councillor Powers, Councillor Nan, Councillor Johnson are approving. Very happy to see that the water is back. Bit of a blessing. Thank you, that's carried. And back to you again, Councilor Powers, for the Hamilton Renewable Power, Inc. shareholder report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councilor Clark, that Hamilton Renewable Power, Inc. shareholder report 22-001, being the meeting held on Tuesday, September the 13th, 2022, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thank you. Any comments on Renewable Power, Inc.? Not seeing any. We'll go to the vote then. All in favor? Any opposed? I didn't think there were any abstentions. And approved by Councilor Partridge, Powers, Nan, Farr. The list is growing. What's going on? Sorry, did you say standing recorded vote? We'll do that for the last one. Yeah, just for old time's sake. Yeah, we'll do a classic old school vote as well. Yeah, just to make you happy. That's carried. Okay, I still have a vote up, so I'll vote again, just in case. Are you calling it carried? Thank you. Okay. We're moving on to item 6.3, which is the sole voting member of the Hamilton Farmers Market report of September the 13th. Councillor Powers, once again.
And Mr. Mayor, we'll do the standing recorded vote for the adjournment motion. But on this motion, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Pauls, that sole voting member of the Hamilton Farmers Market Report 22-003, being the meeting held on Tuesday, September the 13th, 2022, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thank you. Any comments and commentary? Councillor Farr.
Thank you. For my own clarity, through you to the clerk, it's probably my mistake, but there's a whole lot of whereases on page 1, but there's no therefore be it resolved. It is a recommendation. I'm probably missing something, but is there something missing here, or is it me that's not seeing a need for a therefore? You know what I mean, Mr. Mayor? It's all whereases, but no conclusion.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yes, we'll look into that. Hang on a second. Janet's just going to look and see why the motion isn't in there. Thank you.
He just wants to prove once again that he reads the entirety of the agenda, word for word. Get the message. So good point.
The actual motions are the A, B, C, D, E on the next page. So you see that that's sole voting member, that the minutes, that the following persons. Those are all the motions.
Those are the action items.
On the next page?
Yep, A, B, C, D, and E. All right, okay. Councillor Farr?
Yeah, maybe, I thought that would be the answer, so maybe just a therefore be it resolved at the top of A, B, C, and so forth.
For greater clarity, much appreciated. We'll make that addition.
I'm just so glad I could help.
You know, I don't know what
Andrea and Janet are too.
Yeah, not at all clear on what we would do without you. Okay. On the same item, did you want to add any wording, Councillor Paul?
Yes, I do. Actually, I wasn't there on September 13th for the sole voting member.
Well, then you can't speak to it. I'm sorry.
Can I?
No, I'm kidding. Sorry.
I was going to say.
Of course you
I
can.
had another city meeting, though, at the same time. But I just want to say that I want to thank Bill Sloka, the manager of the farmers market. I know that he never wavered. He always was making sure our Hamilton farmers market prospered and was looked after. And of course, it's been 4 years of, I don't know what word to use, but 4 years of arguing what we should do with the Hamilton's Farmers Market. But at the end, I became the chair, and we're getting things done. And I just want to say to Bill, thank you for what you did the 4 years that I served with you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And just as an aside, we did honor Tilly Johnson. You'll all remember Tilly Johnson and our stall at the market was there for 47 years, and we honored her not only for her contribution to the market, but for her contributions to the community during her lifetime. As a strong Black woman that stood up for her rights as well as the rights of Black individuals in our community, and there would be a plaque at the bottom of the ramp honoring Tilly Johnson at the market from here to 4. I think it's up now, but certainly will be up shortly. So on the recommendations that were identified to be resolved, A, B, C, D, and E, all in favor? And Councillor Partridge, I'm going to assume a thumbs up. Councillor Powers. Anyone else? Councillor Nan, thank you. Everyone else is able to vote. And that's carried. And we're going to turn to the Planning Committee report. And Councillor Johnson, may I have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations in that report, please?
Thank you. It's been moved by myself and Vice Chair Councillor Lloyd Ferguson that the Planning Committee Report 22-015, being the meeting held on Tuesday, September 20th, 2022, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on any items in that report? Start with Councillor Pearson, and then I'll look to the chat to see if anyone else.
Just reiterating the conflict of interest, declaration of interest, Mr. Mayor, that I stated at the beginning of the meeting. Thank you.
I will.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just clarify on that. The item Councillor Pearson is referring to is in the information item, so it's staying with committee. It's not before council.
So no need to declare until such time as that comes to committee. Council.
Correct.
Okay. There you go. Clarification for you. Councillor Wilson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just reiterating my interest and if I could have a separate vote, please, 4 and 8. Thank you.
So we can do both at the same time. We're good to do that? Okay. If you can record it as such, unless there's any comment or debate or discussion. Not seeing any. So on those items, 4 and 8, separate vote. And thumbs up from Councillor Powers, Councillor Partridge, Councillor Nan. Not seeing any others. It's carried, thank you, with 1 abstention. Any other items in the Planning Committee report that we needed to do separately or otherwise? Not seeing any. So all in favor then of the Planning Committee report as presented? And thumbs up from Councillor Powers, Partridge, and Nan. And that's carried. And moving right along to a General Issues Committee report of September 21st, I should say. Councillor Powers, a motion to put it on the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Clark. The General Issues Committee Report 22-018, being the meeting held on Wednesday, September the 21st, 2022, be received and the recommendation contained therein be approved.
Thank you. And there was a declared conflict, I believe, on item 1. That'll be a separate vote on item 1 if we can get to that right away. Is there any discussion on item 1? Not seeing any. All in favor then of item 1? And those that declared a conflict can so identify. And thumbs up, Councillor Nan. Partridge, Powers, I saw. Thank you. That's carried. Any other items in the planning committee, not planning committee, or GIC report? Thank you. All in favor then? Still say we need voting music. It's a little background ditty to fill the void. No, that's not happening. No, but go ahead. Was that carried? Thank you. Councillor Partridge, thumbs up. Carried. Thank you. Item 6.6 is the Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee report. Councillor Pearson, if you would, put it on the floor.
Yes, I will, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. It's been moved by myself, seconded by Vice Chair Arlene Vanderbeek, that the Audit, Finance, Administration Committee report 22-016, being the meeting held on Thursday, September 22nd, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thank you. I have a couple of items I'd like to raise, so I'm going to turn the chair over to Councillor Powers. And if we could, move by myself, seconded by Councillor Farr, that we lift item 7 in the information section for discussion, and I intend to have an amendment on that, so I will need your approval to do that. So the motion is to lift item 7 off of the information section and put it on the agenda.
Appropriately moved by yourself and seconded by Councillor Farr. Could we have a vote on lifting the item, please?
Votes on the manual were Councillor Partridge, Councillor Nan, yes. And anyone else? Councillor Johnson. Are we having some difficulty? Yeah. Can we go with, there weren't any objectors, so can we go with unanimous approval on that? Okay, thank you. Councillor Powers, you're in the chair. My apologies.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, please proceed to reintroduce the item.
Thank you. So item 7 is a Hamilton Waterfront Trust 22 audited financial statement motion. I am going to move that we withdraw items A, I, and AI2 and delete that, and that we remain with that the Hamilton Waterfront Trust 2021 audited financial statements be received. That's my motion, seconded by Councillor Farr. And if I could just briefly speak to that.
Proceed.
Thank you. I would like I think there's some context delivered to all of you from our city manager, from Mike Sugarik, our director of finance, as well as myself, in terms of a previous recommendation that was made to that I also will ask for to make public hereafter, but can't be spoken to until we do. But I would like to ask the city manager, in terms of the context of the meeting, what wasn't shared by clerks or anyone else that probably should have, that might have avoided some confusion on the status of what the trust had done previously, the visit they had made, the information they had shared, etc., that really wasn't made available at the meeting, that might have avoided this confusion. City manager.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Council, I'm actually glad I have this opportunity to do this, because I did look into the Audit, Finance, and Admin Committee following it. And what I learned is that in the course of questions being asked related to the audited financial statements to staff, at the onset of starting to answer those, we as staff started referring to previous direction related provided by council back in April that was given in camera. And we started talking about external expertise that has been hired to assist with that direction been given back in April. And I do think it's fair to say it contributed to some confusion. But more importantly for me, was that a subsequent story in The Spectator and the media caused a lot of anxiety for the staff who work at the Trust. There's over 100 staff that work there. They read the story. They didn't have the context, et cetera, because of, they weren't aware of that work that was happening in confidence. And you know what? We really sincerely regret. I met with the executive director of the Trust yesterday afternoon to personally apologize for the anxiety it caused for the staff at the Trust. And I'm glad I can have the opportunity to say that today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could just kind of follow on that, and without getting into chapter and verse of the great work that the Trust has done over the years, we do have another motion coming up to make public an agreement shared with members of council and approved by council that I'll speak to in a minute, that I think will help clarify the status of the work that's being done to look at opportunities between the Trust and the city. So I will leave it at that. I would ask that we support this and encourage our staff to get on with the other work that is equally as important, if not more so. And that we have had, fulsome presentations back in April from the Waterfront Trust on all the matters that many of you had expressed some concern, or some of you had expressed some concern over. So I would ask that you support this amendment, and then I will come forward with another request to make public previous declaration in camera that speaks to the working relationship going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't believe there are any other speakers on it. I believe what's on the chat is from previous speakers, but if not, could you just repeat your motion, please, for clarity, and then we'll go to the vote.
So to clarify, the Hamilton Waterfront Trust 2020 audit financial statements that's in the information section, I'm requesting that we delete items A1 and A2, and that we retain that the Hamilton Waterfront Trust 2021 audit financial statements be received.
Thank you, and that was seconded by Councillor Farr. We'll go to a vote now.
Thank you. Has to be a manual vote, okay. Yeah, let's go. Is there anyone opposed? Not seeing anyone. Thank you. Back to you, Councillor Powers. I have another motion.
Motion is carried. Mr. Mayor, you have a second one to introduce, please.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, procedurally, if we could finish with AFNA, and then in the changes to the agenda, we put it immediately following AFNA.
Oh, okay.
If that's okay.
All right. Thank you. So chair is back to me then, Councillor Powers. And are there any other items in the Audit and Finance Committee report folks would like to speak to? Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Since I'm not on AFNA, item 5, Governance Review Subcommittee, B, establishing the Hamilton Police Service Board selection process. I'm supportive. I just am curious, in Roman numeral 2, it's suggesting 5 members of council and 6 community representatives. We have an even number 16 of members of council. We do our darndest as much as possible to get consensus and move forward unanimously, but often there are split votes. But I'm just curious if anyone can answer why the additional member and why it wasn't 5 and 5, which on balance I would have preferred, but if somebody can answer that, if not, then I'll just proceed accordingly. Mr. Mayor, through you, if anyone could possibly answer that.
Okay, thank you. On the chair of the committee, Councillor Clark, or nope?
Nope.
Well, let's turn to staff first in terms of anyone on staff that had carriage of the committee, and if not, we'll go to members of the committee. I don't see anyone on staff jumping on this one. So first hand I saw was Councillor Clark. Go ahead, Councillor.
Perhaps I can jump in and provide some context.
Who's speaking?
Morgan Stahl, Director of Government Relations and Community Engagement. Sorry about that.
I didn't
Better?
see her. Sorry.
This is Morgan. Morgan in the nosebleed seats.
The report that came forward to the governance subcommittee was a recommendation from the Committee Against Racism, one of the city's volunteer advisory committees. And as part of their recommendation, they recommended that the selection committee for agencies, boards, and subcommittees be co-chaired by a member of City Council and a representative of the Hamilton Anti-Racism Resource Center, HARC. They also recommended that the selection committee for agencies, boards, and subcommittees be comprised of 60% community representatives and 40% council representatives with full voting privileges. And their last recommendation was that the recommended community representatives for the selection committee for the agencies, boards, and subcommittees include the Hamilton Anti-Racism Resource Center, the Hamilton Black Leadership Community, the Hamilton Jewish Leadership Community, Hamilton's Muslim Leadership Community, Hamilton's Indigenous Leadership Community, Hamilton's LGBTQ2IA community, youth representative, and other equity-seeking communities. And I know that through Clerk Holland and Janet Pilon, they worked to bring forward the report on the feasibility of those recommendations. So perhaps, Clerk Holland, if you have anything to add, I would welcome that.
Through the chair, I don't have anything to add. The decision was, the recommendations are coming forward from the members of the committee.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, first of all, Director Stahl, thank you. I didn't see you up there, and you would have been the logical one, so much appreciated for some background. You mentioned a whole pile of other committees, but the focus here is on the Police Service Board Selection Committee. So that's what I was focusing on, and I was just trying to focus on the additional member from the community versus the 5 members from council. I was just trying to understand why the additional community member, that's all. It just seemed to me it'd be nice to have an even number of both, and hopefully for the new council, whoever's here, can hopefully eventually draw on a consensus of the next appointee to the Police Services Board. So those are my comments, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, and you're certainly entitled to amend that if you so choose, so we'll leave that in your hands. We have Councillor Ferguson and then Councillor Clark.
I hope I pushed the right button, and I'm on.
You're on.
But I had the exact same issue as Councillor Jackson had at committee. And, first of all, I want to say that I've openly have endorsed any EDI movements. Heck, I raised 3 daughters, and I encourage them constantly to try to get into non-traditional roles. And I had some influence over where they worked while they're in university, and I made sure I got them all through that time in non-traditional positions in the construction industry and out in the field and experiencing that as they went through. Now, after they graduated, they did their own thing and went off and got great careers, and I'm proud of all of them. My concern, though, is the same as Councillor Jackson's. These special interest groups that Director Stahl identified who would appoint representatives to the selection committee would have veto power over elected members of council on the committee. And I just have trouble with that. Not necessarily just with police, but we have over 100 boards and agencies that people apply to volunteer or get on paid positions. And the selection committee goes through great pains. I did it for 2 terms, 8 years of my 16 years on council. I served in that, and you're interviewing hundreds of people. And while you've got ED on the back of your mind, you still want to make sure you're picking the most qualified person to sit on various boards and agencies. And if we allow this to proceed to have an imbalance on the selection committee, we're going to have, I suspect, other boards and agencies coming along wanting to do the same. And one that comes to my mind is, as Hamilton Housing, we appoint a number of citizen members to that board along with council members. And, you know, Acorn is a very high-profile activist on housing issues. So do we allow them then to have veto power over who gets picked to go on the board of Hamilton Housing? And I say we have over 100 boards and agencies that we work on. Now the media, I raised this at committee, and the media didn't give me the chance to speak to them. They formed their own opinions as to why I questioned this. And so I needed this opportunity, Mr. Mayor, just to set the record clear of why I expressed my concerns. I did make a little tongue-in-cheek comment. And by the way, I have got numerous emails from citizens supporting what I did. And so they clearly, I touched a nerve out there somewhere. But at the end of the day, I don't think that the special interest group should be able to overturn the desire of elected members of council who sit on the selection committee, because it'll become a slippery slope. And I suspect, you know, conservation authorities, there may be special interest groups that want to have influence over who gets picked to go on their boards. And so we do need, I think, to at least balance this. Right now, the selection committee brings in people who specialize in the area that we're interviewing on. You know, the chief librarian comes in for libraries. We have the chief administrative officers from the conservation authorities come in and give us advice, but they don't have voting rights, and quite often the selection committee will excuse them while they make the decision, but they have their input. And I just don't think we should start down that road. And so I agree with Councillor Jackson. At the very minimum, we need equal number. And I would be prepared to move a motion at the right time that it would be changed to 5 and 5. I expressed this at the committee, and I couldn't get enough support at that time. But I'd like to place it before council that there be 5 and 5, so at least they can't veto members of council's unanimous position on the selection committee. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To be clear, if we can just check with the clerk, I thought the process was that the selection committee would make recommendations with citizen members, and council makes the final decision, not the selection committee. Did I get that correct? I think they were supposed to put up 2 members to council, and council gets the final say on which of those 2 members would be appointed to the Police Services Board. Do I have that correct, Mr. Mayor?
Clerk?
Through the chair, that is correct.
You know, this has been a peculiar term where we actually saw the Police Services Board acknowledge systemic racism at the police service. And the mayor was instrumental in making that happen. And we have, as a municipality, been tackling EDI issues across this municipality. And wherever racism or discrimination exists within this municipality, this new city manager has been working very hard to root that out. To her credit, the groups that are being called a special interest group, while I'm sure there's no intent, it is being received by those community groups as a disparaging comment, as a dismissive comment. And one should be careful how we describe groups who provide us their insight from their lived experience so that we ultimately can make a good decision for the city of Hamilton and all of its residents. This recommendation that came to AFNA came directly from the Committee Against Racism, a committee which we appoint, and the Hamilton Anti-Racism Resource Center, a committee that council created through the advocacy of the leaders of different community groups who were pushing for HARC to be created. We had an issue with it. We paused it. We relaunched it in what I would deem as a much better committee and service. And Mr. Lyndon George was appointed the executive director of Hamilton Anti-Racism Resource Center. So when we receive recommendations from Committee Against Racism and the Hamilton Anti-Racism Resource Center, I find it difficult to say no, because they're providing us the insight that we don't have. And in this case, what they're arguing is that there should be community involvement, given what has transpired this year in the appointment of the citizen member to the Hamilton Police Services Board as per the Police Services Act. I want to reiterate that we are not handing over the decision to that committee. Rather, one would hope that it's going to be a collaborative approach with those members and council members sitting on that selection committee. But ultimately, Mr. Mayor, council has the final say. The primacy of council is always there. And so the recommendations that come forward, putting two names forward to council to consider, and council votes on one of them, I don't see that as taking the authority away from council. I see it as more of a collaborative community response to try to address some of the concerns that have been raised that ultimately led to his worship indicating that there is systemic racism, and we are doing our best to address it. So that's why I supported this at the committee. My preference would be to see that motion voted on, to have a decision ultimately one way or the other. If the council votes this one down, then I would like the opportunity, as I offered at AFNA, to bring forth a 5-5 equal split, similar to what we have at the Hamilton Conservation Authority, which has worked very well. I heard my ding. I'm sorry.
No worries, carry on.
Yeah.
That's
I did offer it at AFNA that if it didn't go at 6-5, we would bring it here and have council make that decision, and if ultimately it's 5-5, then so be it. But as always, it is the council decision. Thank you.
Thank you, and I did have, just in fairness, Councillor Ferguson offer to make that amendment. I think Councillor Jackson indicated that as well. So you folks can sort out who, if any, brings that and when. But we will go to the next speaker at this point, which is Councillor Nan.
Thank you, through you, Mayor, and to my colleagues and to the viewing public in terms of the recommendations that are captured within the AFNA report. Really do speak to the principles that this term of council has had to reconcile with as it relates to equity, diversity, and inclusion, as well as the good work that I was very impressed by that Sage Solutions, the consultant hired by the city, that then provided information and education to this council, provided this council in terms of recommendations on how to enhance community engagement that rest in the principles of internationally recognized best practices as it relates to good, sound governance and public engagement. It is really unfortunate that there's language still being used around council colleagues around this horseshoe on the very last council meeting of this term that is equating equity-seeking groups as being quote-unquote special interest groups. We've spent 4 years as a council getting educated by not only some of the most top consultants around equity, diversity, and inclusion, but also having such careful, deliberate, passionate expertise come forward to us from that microphone over there in terms of public delegations of citizens of this city, experts in this city, who have said that this council and this city have much work to do to fix the systemic ways in which certain communities have been left out and their voices unheard on issues that ultimately result in this incident as it relates to the Police Services Board in terms of harm that our community is facing, in terms of the hate that is prevalent in our community, and the need for every single organization to modernize our equity stance and our equity practices. When it comes to selection committee and the selection process of this municipality, I've had the privilege of serving on almost every single one, every single selection committee. And I did that with purpose at the beginning of the term and throughout the entire term, because I wanted to observe how the process worked. I also wanted to observe how the process was not working. In my own experience and my own observations is that the system that we're using is antiquated. We can do better. There's no systematized review. There is no systematic criteria process. There is no ranking and documentation. There is no accountability process built into the way in which we are making selections that then can be accountable to the public about how we brought equity into our framework of decision-making. It is a failure of good governance. And I can say that after 4 years of participating in the process. And this recommendation that's being brought forward to us is a sound recommendation. It is sound because it rests in those international best practices that I referred to at the beginning of what I said. Not sure if everybody's listening, but what I'm saying is that it's absolutely inappropriate to fearmonger equity-seeking groups as being special interest. We have heard consistently from experts in the field that if we do not engage in best practices, we will continue to fail as a municipality. The 6-5 does not take away power from this council in making the ultimate decision as it relates to the final selection process. The final decision remains in the domain of council in having the overall authority of picking out of those two that come forward as recommendations. This is good governance being brought to our table as phenomenal recommendations from our own appointed advisory committees. I appreciate the deliberation that's taken place over the last 4 years and to sit with you colleagues around this table to get to this place of a final council meeting, to not get into arbitrary decisions about 6 versus 5, 5 versus 5, and trust that our community has brought forward a recommendation that is good for our city. Thank you.
Thank you. We're turning to, sorry, I've got my list messed up here a little bit. Councillor Wilson, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Clerk. Danko? Sorry, Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could I just ask a question? How are the community representatives of the Police Services Board Selection Committee themselves selected?
Sorry, who? All members?
No, the citizen appointees. These 6 citizen appointees that we're talking about, how are they themselves selected?
Thank you. Madam Clerk? They come from the various organizations, and they just, I assume they themselves will decide who will represent their organization as part of that process.
So at committee decided that those 6 representatives would come as recommendations to council from HARC and CAR. If you look at, section 4, so I'm on page 3 of 14 of the AFNA agenda. It reads that the Committee Against Racism and Hamilton Anti-Racism Resource Center recommend the appointment of the 6 community representatives for the Hamilton Police Services Board Selection Committee for the recruitment of 1 person to the council for council's consideration. So the 6 persons are recommended by HARC and CAR, and council approves those 6 that will sit on the selection committee.
Thank you. Councillor Danko?
So I guess there's a fundamental challenge there because inevitably there's going to be disagreement between the various equity-seeking groups of who those representatives are. For example, if a Muslim representative is left off, or a Jewish representative, or the various groups, there's inevitably going to be, well, why weren't we included? Well, that person was included. So, I think the assumption here is that this will lead to a more progressive member inevitably on the Police Services Board. But I just want to offer some caution that that's not necessarily the case. And there's, some challenges there with who actually selects these 6 community representatives and who they may be. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me, Councillor Wilson. And then Councillor Partridge, and then Councillor Clark for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm the chair of the Governance Subcommittee, and I strongly support this recommendation that is before this body. I appreciate the remarks from Councillor Clark and Councillor Nan. It has been a journey of journeys over the last 4 years, which began with people in yellow vests outside this local center of democracy, spewing hate and intolerance, defying the laws of justice as it relates to humanity. And the journey began with some people around this table and some people in the community telling us that this was, calm down. This is an American problem. And all we have to do is ignore them. They'll go away. This is a rising tide of hate and intolerance wrapped up in rage that we ignore at our peril. And to that end, it was the community that took the lead in denouncing that hate and in showing up. If you don't like the idea that's presented, then you present a better idea, and they did. They showed up Saturday after Saturday after Saturday in rain, in unbearable humidity and heat, and they led. And they are leading again. This council, I believe, unanimously supported the SAGE Solutions report, and in so doing gave direction on how to implement and act. And again, CAR, the Committee Against Racism, and HARC, trusting in that direction and in this institution's policy, followed that direction. They led because they believed we were committed. We voted on it, so therefore we must be committed. So let's listen and act. And what did we commit to? That the city will increase its efforts to listen to community voices and amplify their messages, support community groups in their work, proactively build relationships with communities that are experiencing hate. These efforts include inviting marginalized community members to decision-making tables. We voted on that. And I note the SAGE Solutions report and this body's community action against hate, nowhere did that use the word special interest groups. And nowhere in the 4 years of my service have I heard that term referred to any other interest. None. Not the development interest, not the golf lobby, nothing. But for those who want a more inclusive, just city where hate has no home, are referred to as special interests. I take exception to it. I did at AFNA, and I do today. I'd like to thank the Committee Against Racism and HARC for leading once again. And as I said at AFNA, this should be a moment of light and brightness in that we have residents in our community who want in, who recognize the institutions and want to make them better. That is an amazing testament of grace. Grace. Amazing grace. So I will be consistent in my support of the community, in the recommendations that this body has recommended diligently after 4 years of study and work along the way. Ultimately, this is not a challenge. It does not serve to undermine the democratic institution. The domain of the decision ultimately rests with the elected council. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd like to just bring the rhetoric down a little bit. The selection committee, I dare say the next term of council, I believe we will see, with the change around this council table, we will see changes through the selection committee on many of our committees. I support the 5 and 5. With the 5 and 5, we are going to see some changes. But I'm a member of the Police Services Board, and I don't like the underlying message that may be received out in the community that without the changes to the selection committee made by this council within this motion, that somehow the Police Services Board does not have representatives of equity, is not addressing racism or diversity, and that is just flat out wrong. There are members on the Police Services Board who are chosen by the province. One of them is the chair of our Police Services Board, who is Indigenous, and she is female. And I am honored and so proud to serve beside her because she is amazing. And she has a history of being dedicated and committed and experienced as an executive in healthcare in this city. Another provincial appointment is Canadian and with heritage in Pakistan. The two that are chosen, that will be from this term of council, the province is making changes. But I want to speak to the Police Services Board and to the police. We have an equity, diversity, new director with police services, and she is amazing. We have now a superintendent for LGBTQ Two-Spirit, who is amazing. And since I've been on the board, we have launched into developing a strategic plan initiative for the next 4 years that gives direction to our police services. And part of that process that the governance committee for the Police Services Board, of which I sit on, part of the process we brought to the table was to have focus groups. And we had a number of focus groups, including with the very associations and organizations that represent all the different communities. It was from seniors to Muslim to Jewish people, and we didn't have individual focus groups with individual separating them out. We had them all together, and they joined in, and it was robust discussion. And it fed into the development of the strategic plan initiative, which identifies the recommendations and the goals on how the police services and our police will manage their services going forward. We have a chief who I believe is second to none in his commitment on addressing the racism and the hate in our community. But there is so much more to this city than that. Yes, let's keep working on it, but let's not put the rhetoric out there to make it sound like it's not happening, because it is. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We have a series of second-time speakers. I have Clark, Jackson, and Ferguson. Sorry. So that's Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's not, I guess, consistent with our procedural rules, but I'm going to ask council to consider voting on the proposal that is before us, and then if it fails, entertain the amendment for the 5-5. I'm concerned that one of the first initiatives of the Hamilton Anti-Racism Resource Center gets lost in this process. I think they've done a lot of work to try and come up with a recommendation that really doesn't threaten council and doesn't take away from council, but what it does do is it builds bridges across the community. And I think that was their intent. And I don't think we should lose sight of that this process was not designed to create an impasse. It was designed to do the exact opposite, build bridges so that we can gather and walk the same path. And that's the intent of the recommendation that's before us. Those are all my comments. Mr. Mayor, I'll leave it to you to make the ultimate decision on how we proceed procedurally. There's a really redundant statement, proceed procedurally.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. And, you know, our normal practice has been and continues to be, I think should continue to be, that if someone indicates an amendment, that they're entitled to bring that forward prior to us voting on the issue as a whole. So I will proceed on that fashion. I have Councillor Jackson up at this point, and then Councillor Ferguson.
Mr. Mayor, first of all, my humble opinion, Councillor Partridge, you gave just one outstanding speech. I thought you captured.
Thank you. You know, I don't think anyone else shouted out or made commentary on anyone else's comments. We all sit and listen to all of your statements collectively, and we should do the same for everyone else. So I much appreciate that you might apologize for intervening.
Accepted, and I started by saying in my humble opinion. Anyways, thanks, Councillor Partridge, and with your work on the Police Services Board. Mr. Mayor, I started this discussion simply saying that I am all for the Hamilton Police Service Board new selection committee. I think this hybrid model is an excellent idea. If you truly want to cause and encourage collaboration and consensus, you'll want to start out with an even number of both. If you have it weighted on one side versus the other, in my humble opinion, it is just potentially and hypothetically the one with the weighted extra vote then could, if you will, ignore or not need the members of council vote. I just think that an equal number, like we have 16 at council once again, we don't have 15 or 17, I think would encourage collaboration and consensus. And that's why I think this is a wonderful idea to move forward on, but let's get the optics of it so that 5 and 5, I think, will encourage everyone to sit at the table and come up with a unanimous recommendation at the end of the day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I too want to thank Councillor Partridge. She said a lot of the things I was going to say. I did spend 5 years on the Hamilton Police Services Board, Forest Chair, and they have made a lot of progress in this area, but made even more since I left. And Councillor Partridge brought us up to speed on those changes that have occurred recently. I just want to respond to a couple comments made by some members of council, and then I'll go to my amendment. Now, first of all, I agree that council has the ultimate decision. That's always been the case. But in my 16 years on council, I've never seen council turn over a recommendation from the selection committee for very good reason. Is because the selection committee goes through all the pain of interviewing all the candidates, is the most familiar with it, and council always ratifies it, as they should, very frankly. And secondly, I want to get away from this idea that special is somehow disparaging. I thought when you're special, I meant you're special. And how it gets twisted around to be disparaging, I find terribly uncomfortable. And I've heard a lot of groups referred to as special interest groups in my time here. But enough of the rhetoric. I'm simply going to move the amendment that under 5B, Roman numeral 2, that the number of representatives from the community be changed from 6 to 5.
Okay, thank you. And a seconder for that?
It's Councillor Jackson.
Councillor Jackson, thank you. Councillor Pearson, you want to speak to this?
Mr. Mayor.
To the amendment now.
On the amendment, that's fine, sir, because that's where I was going to. Thank you for that. And I guess my comments, Mr. Mayor, is, it concerns me that we have a fear that we're going to be overridden. That really does concern me. So I still had concerns with increasing the, reducing the community representatives. I think that, it would be more appropriate if we had an increase of a council rep that would create the balance at the committee. So it would be 6-6. And I think that would be more appropriate. It would be continuing to recognize the community representatives that have been put forward, that we're not discrediting or shunning any organization. I think it's appropriate, and I think that, if that amendment could be changed or see where the vote goes, I think it would be more appropriate just to have a balance of 6 and 6. Thank you.
All right, well, I'll turn to the mover of the amendment and say this is kind of a difference without a distinction. same net objective, so are you supportive of 6 and 6 as opposed to 5 and 5?
Absolutely. I just don't know whether clerks can find a 6th council volunteer to go on that. It's a lot of work.
Where there's a will, there's a way. I'm sure it will happen. Can I assume that a friendly amendment on the motion is that it's 6 and 6?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The seconder
Seconded by?
agrees.
All right. Any commentary on it? I think we've heard lots. Thank you. Let's go to the vote on the amendment.
I just,
Councillor Pauls on the amendment.
on the amendment, I should have mentioned it before. Anything to do with Hamilton Police, I always want to declare, I started right from the beginning, I want to declare a non-disqualifying interest.
Right.
Okay?
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nan is on the list as well for speakers on the amendment.
Okay. Councillor Nan.
It's actually before the amendment, but I just wanted to take a moment of privilege and say that I apologize to Councillor Jackson for interrupting him while he was speaking. I appreciate your acceptance of the apology. However, and my apology is sincere to you. I'm not saying however, as trying to diminish my apology to you. There was commentary around the table that literally said, tone the rhetoric down. And it implied that those of us who spoke before said something of less value to be heard. And that there was words that were said by other colleagues around the table that were unfortunate. And so my knee-jerk reaction, as Councillor Jackson began speaking, was to that, the fact that the speaker he acknowledged used the words, tone the rhetoric down. And I found that to be very disrespectful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have an amendment before us, which is 6 and 6, been duly moved and seconded. All in favor of the amendment or anyone opposed? and anyone that requires an abstention. 6 and 6. Councillor Powers, thumbs up. Councillor Partridge, thumbs up. Anyone else need to do a manual vote? Councillor Powers can vote, right? It's a non-disqualifying interest. Thank you. Anyone else need to do a manual vote? Thumbs down from Councillor Nan. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. And that is carried. On the main motion then as amended, moved and seconded, since we have amended it, we need to do a separate vote. All in favor? Thumbs up from Councillor Nan. Councillor Powers, Councillor Partridge, and everyone else electronically. And that is carried unanimously. And we're back to the Audit and Finance Administration Committee report as a whole. Any other comments on that report? No, not the Audit and Finance. Is it the Audit and Finance? Yes, it is. Sorry. I lost my track completely. On the Audit and Finance Administration report, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Yeah, after the report. Yeah, I've been caught with that one already. But I'm glad you're paying attention. Do you have any amendments on language? All right, sounds good. And that was carried. And that was carried. Thank you. There is a notice of motion that we did indicate what we're going to deal with right after the Audit and Finance, and it's my notice of motion. So, Councillor Powers, the chair's back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Please introduce your motion.
Thank you. And my motion is, first of all, to waive the rules to be able to present this motion. And I think you're all aware of what the motion is. So I move by myself, second by Councillor Farr, that we waive the rules so that I can bring forward the motion that I will then put forward and read to you, which is an in-camera motion. So I can't read it until I get the authority to move this forward.
So please vote. It requires a 2/3 approval on waiving the rules. The waiving the rules has been approved by a vote of 14-0-0. Mr. Mayor, please proceed to introduce your motion.
Okay, this motion is that the direction to staff that was presented in closed session at the April 27th, 2022 council meeting respecting the Hamilton Waterfront Trust be released publicly. That's the motion. Once I have that motion, I will, if it's approved, I will read the motion that I'm speaking of.
Councillor Farr, did you wish to speak to the motion? You're on the speakers list, or is it when the mayor reads the motion?
When the mayor reads, thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, when appropriate, please.
Sorry? Carrie? Thank
When
you.
appropriate, after the vote, you're introduce.
Thank
Please.
you. And so let me read the motion. And this was direction that was provided at the April 27th meeting, back when the Waterfront Trust did make a fulsome presentation to committee. And the motion and direction that was provided was the following: that staff be directed to work with the Hamilton Waterfront Trust and prepare a report to the General Issues Committee within 90 days on how to transfer the Hamilton Waterfront Trust's excuse me, operational responsibilities and Hamilton Waterfront Trust assets to the City of Hamilton. That's the direction that was provided, and if I could just speak to that, if that's appropriate at this point.
You have your seconder in, Councillor Farr.
Councillor Farr, yes. Let's.
Mr. Mayor, please proceed.
Every motion I make on this issue, yeah, will be Councillor Farr. Thank you for that, and I just want to take a moment to just remind Council of the great work that the Waterfront Trust has done over the years. And I don't do this to inspire debate. I do it because I have such great respect for the Trust, the board, and more particularly Werner Plessel, who I've known for some 40 years, that has been an outstanding contributor at so many different levels in our community, going back to the early days at the Conservation Authority, where I actually personally worked under Werner Plessel, I should say. And then coming, and in those days, they created the wave pool and a number of park amenities through the Conservation Authority process that Werner had a lot to do with back in the day, that has really improved our community from the Conservation Authority perspective. Then leading into an employee at the City of Hamilton, Werner and team and others, many others, but Werner was instrumental. When we received the funding from the NDP government at the time, as you will recall, we developed Bayfront Park and Pier 4 Park. And Werner was the kind of the lead engineer that was a significant part of making those parks actually happen. And we are very proud of the work that they did on behalf of the city, including creating the Waterfront Trail from Pier 4 or Bayfront Park all the way over through to Coots Paradise. And if you'll remember, and Councillor Jackson probably remembers more than anyone else, that floating concrete sarcophagus that we all thought, are you kidding? This thing's going to sink like a stone. Werner said, don't worry about it. It's going to work just great. And it has stood the test of time for decades in terms of providing that access under the high-level bridge onto Coots Paradise. That was Werner Plessel. Then we move on to the Waterfront Trust. And the mandate for the Waterfront Trust was and is to open up access to the waterfront. Back in the day when the negotiations were done with the federal government to transfer all of the properties that the city said we had rights and entitlement to, which was Piers 5, 6, 7, and 8, including the waterfront lots. Those were all transferred from the Port Authority to the City of Hamilton. And the Waterfront Trust was set out to create access to all of those spaces, and since then have developed not only the Williams coffee location and patio. Actually, back in the day, the city, through Werner, created a wonderful flagship mast that welcomes you to Bayfront Park, including the one on the corner that speaks to the young child pulling the kite. I'm not sure which, but it's an iconic statue that really heralds the waterfront area. They not only had fishing derbies, but also created the Waterfront Trail on Lake Ontario, which formerly was a rail line that then connected all the way over from Grays Road all the way to the high-level or the low-level bridge, and then connected to the Burlington Trail. They actually built and developed that with the trust staff. I know some of the former city employees that were hired to do that actually manned the equipment and created the trail and did it cost effectively that no one else could have done in our community, quite frankly. I think the grand total of money that they were given was $6 million to do all of that work. And since then, we commissioned the trust, and predominantly through Werner, who is an engineer and knew exactly what needed to happen, to put in the services and redevelop the waterfront areas at Piers 5, 6, and 7. Outstanding achievements in our community as a result of the work of the Waterfront Trust, and more specifically, Werner Plessel. And, I would say that I think the document has been released, that back in April, the Waterfront Trust agreed with the city to move forward and have a look at what should the management and operations of the trust continue to be going forward. They didn't say, no, we're not going down that road. They didn't say, no, we don't want to be talking about that at all. They said, yeah, maybe it's time for us to think about what is the next evolution of the trust, and or does it become part of the city's operations, et cetera. And we set out a process to actually have that happen. And we asked Mike Sigarik and others to begin those discussions. And unfortunately, and I'll ask the city manager to address this, the discussions hadn't happened as yet. It said here in the motion 90 days. That was back in April. We're 6 months in. So I'd like to ask the city manager, what, if any, and I don't think it was the responsibility of the trust at all, but I think the city manager might answer that the city didn't take for whatever reason, the initiative to actually begin those discussions in earnest. So, city manager, if you could, my time is up. I appreciate that, and I'll end on that note.
Through the mayor and chair to members of council. So thank you for reading the motion out loud that was in camera. That was what I was referring to in my earlier comments about what we referenced today, FNA, that we shouldn't have. So out of that motion, which did direct us to come back in 90 days, which was probably tight, but so be it. We did have an initial, I think, legal discussion asking for a number of documents, et cetera, to start that process. And then full disclosure, it did stall on the city side due to some staff turnover, staff capacity issues. And this isn't something we do every day, so we wanted to bring in some external expertise, and they weren't available right away. So we own that on the city side, but I can confirm those meetings are starting as of this week, and this work will come forward, and we will report back to the new council in Q1 2023.
That's great, thank you. And I think, it's probably time to acknowledge that the reason that this was done on camera in the first place was because there's sensitivity to people that are employed at the Waterfront Trust, appropriately so. I think we do the same if it was any city facility or any other business. That we have to be mindful of, not only the executive director, but the 100 employees that are employed at the trust, to not cause an unnecessary consternation until at some point some direction is made in terms of where this is going to go. Never gave them an opportunity to have a conversation with their staff. They've since done that since the meeting at Audit and Finance. And so, now it's time to publicly acknowledge that we're heading down a path of discussions to see where the trust lands in the future with full cooperation from the Waterfront Trust and the executive director and the board. So that's the reason why we're making this public today. And I again want to thank Werner for being here, and the chair of the board, whose name I do not know, I apologize. But I'm sure, we've had successive great volunteers and leadership at the Waterfront Trust over the years, from Chad Collins to Tom Jackson to all the members that are there now, which I think is Councillor Pauls and Councillor Partridge, all, dedicated, committed, passionate about providing access to the waterfront. And I have to tell you that the trust, on the Main has done outstanding work to make that happen. And so now the question is, where do we go from here? And we have a partner in the trust to lead us down that path with our staff, and hopefully some expertise that'll lead us to an understanding of Bernie Mueller. Sorry, Bernie, I apologize, is the chair of the board right now, and we thank him for being here as well. So, Mr. Chair, thank you for that time, and I'll take the chair back and turn it over to Councillor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I still have control of the meeting, Mr. Mayor.
If that's the way you feel about it, carry on.
Sorry, Councillor Farr, and then Councillor Clark in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I appreciate that. And Mr. Mayor, first and foremost, thank you. We had an opportunity to have a good chat the other day on this, and it's quite clear that you're looking to land the plane one more time in your role as His Worshipfulness. And, you know, we've had these chats, and you know I appreciate that. But I also have to say a huge thank you to our city manager, you know, our communications guru, Matt, and Mike Zagaric, and many others who here today are providing publicly what is essentially a synopsis of what went wrong, how we quickly corrected it, and how we're moving forward amicably, which is professional leadership through and through. And then you guided that conversation, and ultimately the apology to Werner and the board and our chair who's here today that we now have on the public record. Obviously, there was a trickle-down effect. It is a meeting that I transcribed that I really hope I get to throw in the fireplace tonight. Reading it was really difficult. The comments, the commentary that ensued in the media. The only correction I'll give Jeanette today is there's not one but two stories, because there was some very negative editorializing by the Spec today. Again, I'm not criticizing because they're only grabbing information from the conversation that ensued for about an hour and a half at AFNA. And never in that time was anybody advised, hey, we're heading into territory here that's of a confidential nature. And I'm hopeful the chair or some representative of AFNA will maybe give their side of the story. But it really never was corrected, even with a few hints along the way. And so it comes down to, hey, we're all guilty of it. We forgot what happened April 27th, but you've now put that on the public record so the public knows that we were already given unanimous council direction to work amicably on what is inevitably going to be some form of transfer. But obviously, and for those reasons you've already stated and Jeanette's already stated, that's confidential. We have 110 at peak season dedicated professionals that make all of the assets that great legends like Warner Plussel care for and take carriage of and operate for, you know, a career, that are very proud of what they do, and we're very proud of them. We wouldn't be as so popular and successful that you all agree we are in fulfilling the mandate of bringing millions and millions of people to the water's edge if it weren't for those folks. And they unfortunately had to learn in the worst way possible of a potential fate. There are things going through their minds over the course of the last few days that I don't even want to get into or try to explain, but you can imagine. And I'm so glad that we've recognized we're moving forward. I'm not going to read verbatim from the transcribed horror show that I watched. I'm just glad that we're landing this in a place where hopefully unanimously we can all move forward. And certainly, I'm so glad that you recognize it's actually 45 years of Werner Plussel, and he is retiring. And Frugal Fergie had brought it up a couple of times in the AFNA meeting, and it is imminent. And what a way to go. I hope that the accolades continue. You know, starting in his years in the Conservation Authority, was all this wonderful waterfront attraction and environmental stewardship under this guy's watch. A real smart, deserving and passionate guy in those areas. So anyway, thanks to Jeanette. It was tough for me as a longtime proud board member, as you know. You know, the potential for the reputational damage, the hardest part is, you know, trying to get a message to the staff. But I'm so happy that we're moving on. We have been waiting, as Jeanette said, the stall was not, despite the AFNA commentary, the fault of the Waterfront Trust. The communications that started all this came from the Waterfront Trust and were the result of, you know, what's going to be a future without project management. It's going to be a future of just running assets, coffee shops and ice cream parlors and ice rinks. Does that need 3 councillors on a board meeting? Well, these are the conversations that we've agreed to have. and then we'll figure out the path forward. So thank you so much to all of the people who are so dedicated to making us a very popular attraction on the West Harbor and even the beach. And I know we're going to get past this. And I wanted to let the media know, particularly the spec who've paid attention to those comments and wrote stories accordingly, unfortunately, that we will be meeting tomorrow, a special meeting of the Board of Directors of the Hamilton Waterfront Trust. In our side, or our statement will follow that meeting. We can't issue any communication without board approval anyway, and so we've called that special meeting. But thank you to Bernie Mueller, 32 years on the job as a superintendent with Hamilton Police Services. We have the best chair we've had in a long time, and I was a recent chair, so he's much better than me. And he's been very valuable in getting us to this place as well today. So again, back to you, full circle, Mr. Mayor, much appreciated. It, as you can tell by my own tone, this remains a very difficult issue for me, but I'm super happy that we have on record today some clarification, in fact, a lot of it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next speaker is Councillor Clark, followed by Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Mayor Powers. You know, at the AFNA meeting, all we had before us was the audited financial statement of the Waterfront Trust, without representation of anyone from the Waterfront Trust to answer any of our questions about their audited statement. So we were left with asking questions about the audited statement to Mr. Zagaric, who was doing his very best to interpret the financial document without having the advice of the Waterfront Trust. That's what transpired at AFNA. A question through you, Mr. Mayor, to, I guess, Mr. Zagaric. We had given direction to review the financial strength, I think I'm paraphrasing, of the Hamilton Waterfront Trust through an external third party. So have we exercised that? Do we have an external third party that has reviewed the financials, or has that been delayed as well?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, Mike Zagaric, General Manager of Finance and Corporate Services. Staff did report back with respect to a scope of work of having a third party undertake a review of the financial performance of the trust. And I believe that was in April of 2022. What committee and council then proceeded with was the in-camera direction that was referred to today. And given that in-camera direction, as City Manager Smith has made reference to, we have engaged some third-party expertise to support us in that work. And in that work, that includes reviewing financial statements and the operational structure of the trust as it relates to the future delivery of the programs and services.
So to clarify, Acting Deputy Mayor, did we retain someone, or we're in discussions with a group?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we did retain KPMG in August. We were delayed in retaining KPMG in part because of competing demands, but as well in part because of their availability as well. And for that reason, we are meeting with the trust and supported by KPMG Friday of this week.
Okay. The issue that was raised prominently at the AFNA meeting was simply the fact that the contract administration fee was what created a marginal surplus for Hamilton Waterfront Trust, and the concern as to the ongoing viability. If that contract management fee was not there, how would they be sustainable? That was the intent of the questions at AFNA. I appreciate the mayor's intervention and bringing us to where we are today, so we understand going forward what's happening with the discussion with the trust. I don't dispute the success of the trust or the trust members. It's visible. You can't dispute something that's visible. You can't miss it. But the concern has been the ongoing viability if we don't have contract management and the fact that they weren't tendered contract management. So those were the concerns that were raised. I appreciate where we are. I appreciate Councillor Farr's intervention as well in his discussions with the mayor and bringing us to the point where we are today, where everybody understands what council had asked of staff. So thank you for that ability to make it clear. Thank you, sir.
Should I go?
Our controlling interest is no longer controlling, so I'm going to step in and take control back. And Councillor Ferguson,
No,
you're up.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. And let me begin by congratulating, where I finally heard it publicly today from Councillor Farr, you are retiring. And so congratulations on that. I'm doing the same thing. And I first met Werner back in the 80s when I was appointed by the Ancaster Council to serve on the Conservation Authority. He came in as a new young engineer and did play a significant role. Archie McCoy, I always use him as my benchmark because he always took the HCA to different steps. Unfortunately, COVID got in my way as chair of the HCA, but you know, Werner played a significant role in the wave action pool and then ultimately the water slides. And I had interactions with Werner again when he moved to Parks with the city, but as a contractor. You know, I was, back in those days, I was a project manager at Dufferin, and Werner was a project engineer and always had great respect for him. He was tough but fair, as I think I was, but it worked out very well. I think what, you know, the media has been tough on the Waterfront Trust over the last few years, particularly one media. And we did send the auditors in and found nothing untoward going on. But I think Werner nailed it one day when he was before the AF&A committee and says, I'm an engineer, I'm not an accountant. And they are two entirely different disciplines. And we have the privilege of having people like Mike Zagaric and Brian McMullen behind us. When we were at council and committee, he didn't have that privilege. And so that probably made the job a little more difficult for him. But you know, you can't, as Councillor Clark says, you can't argue with what you see. And I've done a few deals down at the Williams Coffee Pub. There's a popular spot to meet people and get problems resolved, as is a lot of Tim Hortons stores too. I've used them regularly. But it's a great facility. My grandchildren love the, and I hope it's still going to continue, the trolley. And of course the ice cream they love too. But it's a great facility to the community. And so I just wanted to thank Werner for his service and wish him well in his retirement. And maybe I'll find you on a golf course someday, Werner. But I understand you're leaving the city of Hamilton and go follow your family. But I wish you much, and I appreciated knowing you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I see no other speakers. Mr. Mayor, I'll pass it back to you. And
So there is a motion, but Councillor Pearson has indicated she wanted a word. So back to you.
Very quick, Mr. Mayor, and it has been commented on. I just want to, as the Chair of Audit and Finance, just recognize that, you know, we did start out, as was previously mentioned, it was to deal with the financial statement. And, you know, there's been concerns of information coming forward and not having the representatives here to address the questions that are raised. That day, our staff did a tremendous job in trying to recapture the historical data from the April meeting, et cetera. So we tried our very best, and I want to be sure that that's on the record. And I do want to also commend Werner for everything that he's done, because I know it's been a tremendous job in moving the Waterfront Trust and the waterfront forward. And he's done an excellent job in putting Hamilton on the roadmap. I think I've said it before. If there's anywhere in the city that I get calls from people outside of our city commending the city of Hamilton for the waterfront. And, you know, it's not because of the city totally, it's because of Warner Prussell and all the amenities that have been brought there that make this city beautiful. So I want to commend you, and I wish you the very, very best in your retirement, Warner. Thank you.
Councillor Farr, second time, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Don't want to beleaguer it. The transcribed commentary for an hour and a half was we have never seen anything like this. Never. Never has anything gone that long uninhibited and without any interruption from anybody saying we're heading down the wrong path here. There's way too much going on that it's of confidential nature. And that has led to a very unfortunate situation. I've said that already. I don't need to say it again, but from what I've heard, I just wanted to respond. All we had were audited statements and no one to speak to them. Also, fair enough, Councillor Clark, you weren't told during that meeting that well, you were, but it was vague, and it was at the beginning.
Okay,
by the
Councillor,
clerk.
let me encourage you not to identify other councillors in the course of
Yeah, I
it,
don't mind if you bust
we're then going to inspire, additional commentary or defenses. So let's not go there.
I'm not disparaging here. Yeah,
No.
my tone may, but I don't mind a point of privilege. When I do mention the name, I welcome that debate. I welcome his response,
Well,
and I appreciate it.
Let's not inspire it today because we've had a fulsome debate on this already. Thank you.
How much time do I have?
Pardon me?
How much time do I have left?
Carry on. You heard me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As long as you understand as chair that I've spent 12 years on this board and I have, the scars to prove it.
You're talking to me now?
Yeah, of course you know. Just so clarity deserves to be shared here to a point that was just made publicly. You did receive the audited statements. We received an invite on September 8th to appear to either the meeting from last week or in December. We did not respond except to ask staff, why are we being asked to do these things like 10-year capital plan presentations when council resolved 4.5 months ago that we were heading in a completely different direction? You didn't know that. The committee wasn't reminded of that, and I'm not mad at that. I'm so glad that we're bringing all of that miscommunication, despite the negative stuff that's gone on since, to a conclusion here today. I'm very happy about that. The other thing you didn't know, I think he tried, I caught it, but I'm on the board. You did ask about Note 7. You did get a response. It wasn't satisfactory. It was a little bit all over. Brian was good, but he went a little long, and that happens. And then I looked at that and I thought, I think the trust was asked. And we were on September the 7th. Brian asked already about what you asked about in committee and received a response the next day. It would have been better if he just read the response from the trust. Now, to that point, why wasn't the trust there? Well, because we had the option of the December meeting. And I never did find out why the audited statements would go on a meeting when we never responded to the invitation. Why couldn't it just go to the December meeting? That might have solved us a whole lot of stuff, because the speculation was, and the public record shows this, that here we are again not showing up when requested. So that's already actually in Jeanette's internal communication yesterday. That's covered. So I just want to make that clear and bring clarity to that, Mr. Mayor, since it was brought up. Of all the things I transcribed, the questions about the audit were fair game. I had no problem with any of that. It was the clarity maybe on the conversation that led to further comments that did maybe go in a direction that today we're rectifying. So I just wanted to make sure I said that. And again, I appreciate everyone's offer or here today, everyone's reconsideration of what was unfortunately a discussion that led to a tumultuous few days for our organization. But I think after tomorrow's board meeting, we'll be able to swiftly and with great passion talk to our employees who make us all the great things that we are, and hopefully put them at ease. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farr. Mr. Mayor, there are no other speakers. Your motion is on the floor, seconded by Councillor Farr, and we can go to a vote.
My apologies, there is no vote coming up because it was made public and the mayor read it out.
Even better. I wish that had happened more often during this term of council, but it's all good. It's all good. Thank you, and you know what? Important debate, and I do again want to acknowledge and thank Werner for all of his work over the years, and I think you all agree that the Waterfront Trust has done terrific work, and Werner has been the lead in that since its inception. And just want to personally thank you again, Werner, for everything that you've done in our community. Thank you. Okay, moving on. We are at the Emergency Community Services Committee. We did finalize audit and finance, correct? Yes. Okay, Councillor Clark, a motion to put that committee agenda on the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Arlene Vanderbeek that the Emergency and Community Services Committee Report 22-13, being the meeting held on Thursday, September 22nd, 2022, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thank you. Any items on the Emergency Community Service Committee agenda you'd like to speak to? Councillor Jackson, and I'll look to the chat to see if there's anyone else. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Two items, items 1 and items 2, please. So I'll start with 1, please.
Yes, please.
Seniors Advisory Committee, Citizen Committee report respecting extreme heat mitigation. Councillor Nan in the correspondence has touched on it. And it's quite extensive, whereas from our appointed Citizens Advisory Committee chaired by Penelope Petrie, and I'll read the therefore be resolved. Seniors Advisory Committee requests the City of Hamilton advocate to the Province of Ontario to change the building code to make heat pumps and heat and cooling units and electrification mandatory in all new building and retrofit housing, and B, City have Hamilton expand the extreme heat interventions to other city housing Hamilton facilities and to low-income rental units in the near future as per those already put in place by Public Health's Extreme Heat Working Group at 181 Jackson West, 200 Jackson West, 191 Main West, and 95 Hess Street South. And I just want to, for some members of council that may have not been aware, Mr. Mayor, we also have a heat bylaw here in the City of Hamilton. And after my comments, if General Manager Angie Burden would just take under advisement for the new council, about 4 or 5 years ago, the air conditioning units in all apartment buildings used to come on at May 31st and finish at September 1st. And I had many a complaint over the last number of years leading up to about 4 or 5 years ago. And through the work back then with Senior Director Marty Hazel, and my office, we brought forward a motion, Mr. Mayor, that extended the air cooling time, the air conditioning time in all apartments, starting at May 15th and extending it to September 15th, again, because of climate change and all the different variations of the hotter springs that were occurring sooner and the warmer falls that were occurring later. And so that bylaw, if General Manager Angie Burden were to just take under review for whoever's here in the next term of council, that might be also part and parcel of what the Seniors Advisory Committee is asking the Government of Ontario to do regarding the building code to include making heat pumps and heat and cooling units mandatory in all buildings, period. So I'm strongly supportive of this, Mr. Mayor, but I think locally, a review of the current bylaw might be in order as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else on this topic? Not seeing anything. Councillor Jackson, the other item.
Okay, item 2, Mr. Mayor, support for the Sexual Assault Center, SASHA, for receiving increase in sustainable provincial funding. You read a couple of the whereases here, Mr. Mayor, and we're just so blessed and fortunate to have SASHA in our community. Previous Executive Director Lenore Lukasik-Foss, current Executive Director Jessica Bonilla-Damptey, and all the great work both their staff and even volunteers do. A couple of the whereases here, Mr. Mayor, are so disturbing and alarming. Whereas ongoing underfunding of SASHA has reduced the number of resources available to provide these services due to highly specialized skill requirements that are unmatched by low wages and inadequate benefits relative to other mental health funded positions. And whereas the current COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in a dramatic increase in the number of people in the community requiring the services of SASHA, and therefore be it resolved, I commend my colleagues on the Emergency Community Services Committee for this unanimous endorsation that you, Mr. Mayor, on behalf of Council, advocate to the provincial government, all our local MPPs, to increase the base funding of SASHA by 30%, to increase and to address current needs and plans for increases to enable sustainability in our community. I know I've shared with a number of you over the years, Mr. Mayor, my mother Victoria was a volunteer at the Inasmuch House, one of the facilities and homes for our women who have escaped domestic abuse and violence and assault. Never, ever divulging any private information to me, but giving me a general idea of the tragedies in our community. Thank God we have such a great organization as the Sexual Assault Center of Hamilton. And again, hoping General Manager Burden, with an affirmative nod, would take under advisement for the new council, not just appealing to the province to increase the funding, but maybe whoever's new on the ECS committee of next term, Mr. Mayor, can look at locally what we could do to increase their funding and providing greater tangible support. I salute the work they do. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Well said. Thank you very much. Any other comments on that item? Councillor Clark, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have the privilege of being the chair of this standing committee this year. And this particular presentation by Sasha with 5 delegates, I guess it was. So Jessica Damptey, Sabrina Dehab, Maria Felix Miller, Sarah Adjicum, and Miriam Sager. Their presentations were shocking and disheartening that so much violence has increased, and they're experiencing it through their agencies, and their counselors are at the point of being overwhelmed. And so without this additional funding, we may find ourselves with mothers and their children not getting the appropriate services because we don't have sufficient counselors available to help them. We don't have sufficient spaces for them to live in. And the risk doesn't go away. The risk is very real for them, and they need that help from folks who really do understand domestic violence and really do understand the impact that it can have on families. So I just wanted to comment, sir, that these delegates, they did a remarkable job presenting the statistics, but also presenting the human face to the tragedy that is intimate violence that we see in our community, and it's increased over COVID-19. It has not gone down. So it is appropriate that we support them in their request for additional funding from the province, sir. So whatever you can do, I know they would appreciate it. Thank you.
I certainly will support and continue to share that information with the province and encourage them to do more. On the Emergency Community Services Committee report, then, sorry, Councillor Nan, just saw it at the last moment. My apologies.
No worries. It's the hindrance of not having the eScribe icon to press. And thank you through you to the previous two colleagues who spoke. Absolutely, it was a moving presentation by Sasha, and absolutely nothing but admiration and deep respect for the work that the staff of Sasha and the volunteers of Sasha and the citizens of Hamilton who regularly support the work of Sasha do on a day-to-day basis, not only supporting survivors across Hamilton, but also engaging in the most important work of prevention education, which is core and part and parcel of sexual assault centers across Ontario. It is a principle of anti-oppression. It's a principle of really truly caring for one another in a society where we continue, unfortunately, to be plagued by this form of violence that is an absolute inhumane is the word I'm looking for, ongoing prevalence in our communities. In 2018, the province of Ontario committed to a 30% increase to all sexual assault centers across Ontario, and they failed to do that in the budget then, and they failed to do that in the budget now. And in supporting this motion, we would also be joining other municipalities across Ontario who have chosen to also send a correspondence to the ministry requesting that this 30% be made whole. The 30% increase actually doesn't even touch the needs of today. They touch the needs of 2018. And the fact that these incidences are increasing at an alarming, skyrocketing rate really does show how much our public health as a society is being compromised and how deeply we need to be prioritizing investment into it. This is a health service. This is about well-being. This is about the safety of our neighbors. And this is about educating future generations to put an end to this horrendous violence and the cycle of it. So again, thank you to my colleagues who do support Sasha locally, and whatever we can do to urge this provincial government to bring equity into action and to fulfill the 30% commitment and hopefully more in terms of addressing the post-pandemic and existing pandemic surge of violence that we're experiencing in our communities. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And again, agreed on all points made. On the Community Services Committee report, then, it's been moved and seconded with hopefully full support. All in favor? Any opposed? Thumbs up from Councillor Powers, Councillor Partridge. Anyone else need to do the manual vote? Not at all? Great, thank you. We're turning to the waiving of the rules provision for the Board of Health. Is that right?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On a motion moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek, that section 5.8 subsection 2 of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended, which provides that a minimum of 2 days shall pass before the report of a standing committee, the selection committee, or other committee that reports directly to council is presented to council to provide adequate opportunity for review, be waived in order to consider the Board of Health report 22-009 and Public Works Committee report 22-014.
Perfect. That's what I was asking for. Thank you. On that motion to waive the rules, 2/3 majority required. All in favor? And thumbs up from Councillor Partridge and Powers. And anyone else that needs to? Councillor Nan, thank you. And that's carried. And we'll turn to, for information purposes, I'm kind of targeting 12:30 to take a break. My guess is that the balance of the agenda might take a little bit. So as long as you're good with that, we'll take a half an hour. Okay, good. Board of Health report. Councillor Wilson, a motion to put it on the floor, please.
Thank you. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Nan, that the Board of Health report 22-009, being the meeting held on Monday, September the 26th, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thank you. Any items or comments on any item in the Board of Health report? Not seeing any. Thank you. All in favor then? And thumbs up from Councillor Powers, Partridge, Nan. And that's carried. We are at Public Works now. Report 22-014 of September the 26th. Councillor Nan, a motion to put it on the floor.
Thank you. Moved by myself and seconded by Vice Chair Councillor Powers that the Public Works Committee report 22-014, being the meeting held on Monday, September 26, 2022, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions on any item in the report? Not seeing any. Thank you. All in favor then? So let me adjust the timing. I think thumbs up from Councillor Partridge, thumbs up from Councillor Powers. Given that we're ready to rise in reports, we'll end it then and take a half-hour break and then come back for motions and notices of motion. So on the rise in report from Committee of the Whole, Councillor Powers, please.
Thank you very much. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Pauls, that Committee of the Whole rise and report.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Thumbs up, Councillor Partridge, thumbs up, Councillor Nan, Councillor Powers. Thank you, that's carried. So let me just double check with the clerk here. So we have just two motions to deal with and then statement by members and then the bills. Is that?
And then 8.2 as well as a notice of motion from Councillor
Right.
Vanderbeek.
Oh, I'm seeing more, sorry. 7.2, an amendment, Heritage District. So why don't we break at this point, half an hour, come back here at 25 to 1, and we will finish the balance of our grand finale meeting in good style, I'm sure. Motion to recess, moved by Councillor Wilson, second by Councillor Pauls. All in favor? I think show of hands will do it, right? I saw thumbs, a couple of hands, and enthusiasm for, thank you. We'll see you in a half an hour. And I do want to give folks the opportunity to come in, but I think we can start. Are we live? We are, thank you. Okay, welcome back, and we are now at motions. The first motion on the table is item 7.1, connection to municipal services for 418 Upper Centennial Parkway. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My motion is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Arlene Vanderbeek. This is a connection to municipal services for 418 Upper Centennial Parkway, Stony Creek. Whereas 418 Upper Centennial Parkway is located 20 meters outside the east urban boundary of Upper Stony Creek settlement area and therefore does not qualify for municipal sewer and water. Whereas a precedent has been set with other properties located outside the urban boundary that have been permitted to connect to the municipal service at their cost. And whereas a municipal water line currently runs near the property, therefore be it resolved that the Director of Growth Management in the city's Planning Economic Development Department be directed to issue a water permit for the connection of 418 Upper Centennial Parkway, Stony Creek, to the city municipal water in a manner acceptable to the City of Hamilton, subject to the following conditions. I'm not going to read all the conditions. There's a long list of them, so they're already in the public record, Mr. Mayor. I wish to reiterate that this is totally at the cost of the homeowner. And that the direction of this motion will expire December 31st, 2025 if a water permit is not issued. It's challenging to explain to a resident who quite literally has a home 20 meters outside of this urban area of the city, and he can't connect to the water line, even though the water line runs right in front of his house. It's challenging when we have moved motions here and successfully extended water to a number of organizations who are further away from the water line, but we allowed it to happen basically on discretionary grounds. I'm asking my colleagues here to support this so that this gentleman can connect to clean city water. He's been having challenges with the cistern and other issues, and he sees this as the solution. He understands that it's going to be expensive because it's on his cost, not the city's cost. And so I just ask you to support it, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I see Councillor Danko. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions through you. So I just want to confirm through you to staff that we're talking about a single residential property, that it's not a development property.
Thorne.
So through the chair, yes, it's my understanding it's a residential property and an existing residential property.
And is there any implication at all if this water service is connected to future development that's outside of the urban boundary?
So through the chair, any extension outside the urban boundary is going to require council's approval. So we'd be back in front of you if that were the case. The official plan policy is that staff's not in a position to approve such an extension. So if that were the case, that would be back in front of this council.
Thank you. And what is the size of the property, the 418 Upper Centennial Parkway?
Through the chair, I don't know the answer to that question. I know Nick Winters from Hamilton Water is on the line, and he might have the answer to that one.
Okay, thank you. Maybe Councillor Clark, if you have an inkling of that, might share. But
yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have that exact information in front of me, but based on what I've seen in the property, I would estimate that it's in the general area of about a half an acre.
Okay. Thank you. No, I'm satisfied that we're just talking about one single residential property, that it doesn't open the door to any other development. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I appreciate those questions from Councillor Danko. They were my own, but I would like to go back to, if someone can enlighten me, there is an existing cistern there, and I think the mover made reference to problems with it. How long has it been problematic? Is this typical? I just don't know enough about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any information on that? Nick?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I apologize. Earlier, I forgot to introduce myself. Nick Winters, Director for Hamilton Water. I don't have any information about issues that the property owner is experiencing with the functionality of their cistern.
So through the mayor then, in terms of previous practice, if a development or an existing residence has an ongoing problem with their existing source of water, is it procedure that who would they normally reach out to? Or how does the city respond in those instances in practice? Thank you.
Thank you. So either to Nick or to Jason?
Yeah, so through the chair, I actually might refer this one to Director Robichaud. There are conditions within the official plan whereby staff under certain circumstances would be able to, under staff authority, approve an extension such as this. That's not the case here, which is why it's in front of council for council's consideration.
Thank you.
Sorry, is Mr. Robichaud on the line?
He's in the room.
Thank you.
Steve Robichaud, Director of Planning and Chief Planner. Through the mayor to the councillor, Mr. Thorne is correct. The official plan prescribes the criteria under which consideration can be given to extend services to the rural area without requiring an official plan amendment. Primarily, those circumstances to relate to where there is a public health concern, either as a result of a failing septic system or a failing wells condition. It would require, however, the medical officer of health to intervene and indicate that there is a public health need here to extend the services. In this case, it's my understanding is the applicant is looking for a secure, stable water supply, and the current arrangement using a cistern requires them to be dependent on third-party providers, and that they have been finding that those costs have been escalating, as well as difficulty in securing a stable supply of water as required, especially during the summer months and with climate change and other considerations. So that is why they had petitioned through the councillor to seek to have a direction for staff to work with the property owner to provide a water connection. And that's what the intent of the motion is, that the applicant can apply for a permit to extend the water service to their property, and it'll be at 100% of the applicant's costs with the necessary agreements being put in place, as well as I understand that there is a sunset provision built into this motion should the applicant decide not to exercise it, because it will not be an inexpensive undertaking, and Public Works staff can clarify, but it will be 100% of the costs for the applicant to extend that service. But at this point in time, the medical officer of health has not intervened, nor do I believe the medical officer of health has been asked to intervene to declare it as a public health emergency. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. So it does not meet the city's existing qualifications for an extension. And reference was made to the want of secure and stable source of water, and that's being interrupted, you're saying, by climate change. And so could you confirm that? And then secondly, if that is in fact the case, no doubt it is, if you can confirm, what does this mean going forward for those same properties which would also be subjected to a rise in temperature and lower water sources? Thanks. I'm worried about precedent. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, as indicated, council has previously approved these connections to occur by way of motion.
Yes, I know.
What I was indicating, as we get, hotter summers or different micro conditions, it is becoming harder and harder for property owners in the rural area to maintain a stable and secure water supply without incurring costs, i.e. either through a third-party provider or deeper wells. And I think in this situation, given the proximity of the property to an existing municipal water main, that is why the property owner was looking at this option. The Salt Fleet area, it's called Salt Fleet for a reason. It's because of the water issues on East Mountain, Stony Creek. It's always had poor water quality based on some of the current geological conditions, and I think that is part of the other driving consideration. But I know council at least one other situation within the last year or two where council has approved the extension of water services. Most recently, it was in Bimbrook area to allow for a connection. There's been other connections for other properties where it's been done by way of a motion where council has directed staff to issue the sewer and water permit once the applicant has satisfied the necessary city concerns. So there has been precedent previously set by both this term of council and previous terms of council in terms of authorizing or directing staff to work with property owners to issue permits in these situations. Thank you.
Thank you. That's time. Councillor Wilson, do you want to wrap it up?
I do have at least one more additional question. Again, I'm aware of the other asks, and each precedent sets a precedent. My question then is the vulnerability of this area and others as a consequence of climate change, has it been identified so that we're not doing one-offs as part of our climate action plan in relation to development? Thank you.
Steve?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the potential implications of a changing climate in terms of how we provide services or on the issue of private services has been identified by staff, and it will be one of the issues working with the new climate change office in terms of how we deal and respond to these situations. In some cases, it may simply just be larger lots or doing additional mapping in terms of the aquifer and identifying the water conditions, but also looking at where those vulnerable areas are or at those high-risk areas, and then having to determine what would be the appropriate policy framework to respond back to it. But it is on staff's radar screen in terms of going forward. What does this mean in terms of for other properties? I think this one is a little bit unique because of its proximity to a water main service. You know, if they were on 3rd Road East, then the cost might be such a point that it would be simply the current looking at cistern arrangements or a deeper well would be the more economical or more desirable option. It's by virtue of this property being effectively in the urban shadow within a spitting distance to the existing water main. That is why the applicant was pursuing this option. Thank you.
Sorry, if I could just seek clarification one more time then through the mayor. Do we know how many properties like this are within that range of distance and what this might mean for the future for this body in terms of its decision making?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I have not done the analysis, nor have staff, so I don't believe we know the exact number of properties that would be within 20 or 30 meters of an existing water main, but designated rural. We have not done that at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have Councillor Clark for a second time, and that's well past time for you, so I'll come back to you if you have additional. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In answer to Councillor Wilson's question, along Upper Centennial Parkway, there is only one residence that is within 20 meters of the water line. Others are much further in. With reference to the inquiry about climate change, I have a couple thousand residents in Upper Stony Creek that live in the rural area that were relying on wells. Many of the wells went dry when the sewer was put in that the city of Hamilton did through drilling along Centennial Parkway, and it impacted the aquifer. And so their wells either went cloudy or they just dried up. I have many residents further out that the wells, to what Mr. Robichaud was mentioning, they have that sulfur, very, very strong sulfur, and it's because the aquifers are going through an area in rock that has a high amount of sulfur. So it's not drinkable. And so they're using cisterns. And the challenge now that we're experiencing in the rural community is that the cost of water delivery has gone through the roof. And I mean proverbially, quite literally, residents are complaining about the amount that it's costing them to bring water in, and so they're doing everything they can to conserve, but there's limited things that you can do. And so I have no doubt in the future that there's going to be a discussion about the delivery of water service further out in the rural area. But this one house is not going to be the precedent that leads that discussion, because there are no other houses that are within 20 meters of the water line, at least in my ward. I can't speak to others. And I just, given what the family has been going through, and they made this request and they're willing to pay for it, I can't say no to that simply because we have a policy that says we shouldn't be doing this, knowing full well that we have done it many times. And so in this case, I'm simply asking for compassionate agreement on this resolution so that this gentleman can look into the actual cost for him and whether or not he wants to proceed to connect to the city at that time on his dollar. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, second time.
Thank you. I'm just seeking clarification through the chair on a point that was made, I believe, by Mr. Robichaud, that it is something that staff is looking into in terms of a policy and the vulnerability in relation to climate change. The date identified in the motion that the direction provided by this motion expire on December 31st, 2025, if the water permit has not been issued. Through the chair to either GM Thorne or Chief Planner Robichaud, do you anticipate a policy coming forward in advance of that date? Thank you, that you referenced.
Mr. Robichaud.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Council, we'll be working with our colleagues in Public Works and the Source Water Protection Group in terms of the developing of that. I can't commit to whether or not it'll be in advance of that date or not, depending on the scope of work that's required and the analysis that's done and any additional research, as well as the timing for the new director position within the Climate Change Office in terms of their roles and responsibility. But it is one of those issues that needs to be investigated and looked at because we have other issues in the rural area that we need to advance and resolve, both on the water taking side and on the wastewater generation and management of private services in the rural area. So we're looking at collectively both of those issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion on the floor. It's been duly moved and seconded. We'll test the will of council on this. All in favor or opposed or otherwise? Now's the time to mark your vote. Thumbs up from Councillor Powers and from Councillor Partridge. And anyone else need to do that? Oh, yep, well, there you are. Sorry, it was hidden behind the flag. Councillor Nan, thumbs up. And that's carried. We are going to turn to item 7.2, which is an amendment to item 5 of the Emergency Community Services Committee report. I'm not going to read the whole thing here. Councillor Nan, you have a motion, which I understand is essentially housekeeping. So please.
It is. Thank you through you, Mayor. It is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Wilson, and is an amendment to item 5 of the Emergency Community Services Committee report respecting provisions of conditional grants for the purpose of paying development charges for two nonprofit affordable rental housing projects in Ward 3, which were approved by Council in July of 2020. This is a housekeeping rule. There was an error in the language that staff would like Council's authority to amend so that the process can go forward as originally intended. And that is an A and B that we add the UN for conditional, so that an unconditional grant in the total amounts of the development charges for 40 units of the 60-unit Hamilton East Kiwanis nonprofit homes on Acorn Street, and then down further in the public motion, a striking of in accordance with terms and conditions contained in the conditional grant term sheet attached in Appendix A to Report HSC 19060A, and adding instead that the grant not be paid to Hamilton East Kiwanis Nonprofit Homes, Inc., but the amount of the grant be transferred to the Housing Services Division from the Affordable Housing Property Reserve 112256 to the appropriate DC reserve at the time of the building permit issuance. And then B, very similarly, same thing, adding un in front of conditional, and this is in relation to the Oaks, the 43 unit building of the overall, it says 95 unit there. And similarly, striking out those same words and adding in the pertinent words as referencing in-dwell community homes as well. Further on, it's amending by ensuring that the unconditional and the new language is there, and it is before council for approval. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Motions are before you. They've been before you. You read them, I trust. All in favor? And affirmative from Councillor Powers, Partridge, Nan, thank you. And that's carried. On item 7.3, amendment to item 5 of the Emergency Community Services Report, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is basically a housekeeping item. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Ardane Vanderbeek. I'm not going to read the whole resolution, but it's simply correcting a duplicated number in the system. So we're replacing HSC 19060A with HSC 19060B, and that'll solve the problem. Thank you.
Perfect amendment, highlighted in bold. It's before you. Any comments or questions? All in favor? And thumbs up, Councillor Powers, Partridge, Mann, Pearson. And that's carried. Thank you. So we are at notices of motion, and we have a Heritage Conservation District study motion from Councillor Vanderbeek. Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a notice of motion, and I'm going to be looking to waive the rules. So it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Powers to waive that the rules of order be waived to allow for the introduction of a motion respecting Heritage Conservation District study. And if I could just take a minute, I'll explain why it's being waived today. The importance of bringing this to council today is to allow the Heritage Conservation District study to proceed immediately and in conjunction with the Dundas Heritage Inventory Study, which is currently underway and gearing up, and in light of the need to identify and protect a specific neighborhood's heritage value and character through the Ontario Heritage Act Section 40.11 and .12, given the necessary recent zoning and OP revisions, official plan revisions to support non-exclusionary zoning and the freezing of the urban boundary. And so I'm asking to have the rules waived to allow the motion to stand today.
Okay, any comments or questions on waiving the rules? Not seeing any, thank you. All in favor of them? And thumbs up from Councillor Powers, Mann. Sorry? I'm not hearing anything, sorry. Thumbs up from Councillor Powers, Partridge. Anyone else? There we are, and that's carried. Back to you, Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you. So I'm going to read this motion. It's loud, but it's loud. It's long, but I'm going to read it so that everyone knows what's happening here. Whereas the City of Hamilton is undertaking a Heritage Conservation District study of a portion of Melville Street in Dundas, from Sydenham Street to Wellington Street North, consisting of a concentration of pre-1950 buildings of potential heritage value or interest, including 3 properties individually designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act, RSO 1990, Chapter 018, that may collectively be considered a cultural heritage landscape. Whereas the purpose of a Heritage Conservation District study as provided for under Section 40 of the Ontario Heritage Act is to examine the character and appearance of an area to determine if the area should be preserved as a Heritage Conservation District, and to consider and make recommendations with regard to the establishment of a district plan to guide changes to properties located within the district. Whereas Section 41.11 of the Ontario Heritage Act provides that if the council of a municipality undertakes a study of a heritage conservation district, the council may by bylaw designate the area specified in the bylaw as a heritage conservation study area for a period of up to 1 year. And whereas Section 40.12 of the Ontario Heritage Act provides that a Heritage Conservation District study area bylaw may prohibit or set limitations with respect to alteration of property and the erection, demolition, or removal of buildings or structures, or classes of buildings or structures within the Heritage Conservation District study area. Therefore, be it resolved, A, that the Council of the City of Hamilton enacts a Heritage Conservation District study bylaw under Section 40.11 of the Ontario Heritage Act, attached as Appendix A, to restrict the use of the lands identified in the schedule attached to bylaw for a period of 1 year pending completion of a Heritage Conservation District study. The building department staff be directed to temporarily suspend all building permits for the alteration of property and the erection, demolition, or removal of buildings in the study area defined by the Heritage Conservation District study bylaw unless otherwise exempted by the bylaw from the date of the bylaw is passed until such time that it is repealed. And so, Mr. Mayor, if I could, I'd just like to take a minute to speak to that. And that is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Russ Powers.
Thank you.
I did explain in my comments to the notice of motion the importance of bringing this today. I have in my possession a petition from 75 members of the neighborhood, which consists of only 84 homes, as well as a heritage school and a church on Melville Street. It is Melville Street only between Sydenham and Wellington Street North. So the homes and properties that face Melville Street. And that is the proposed area for the study. The proposed area of the study connects directly to the Cross Melville Heritage Conservation District, which exists and is one of 7 such districts in our city. And has successfully protected the heritage character of that area since 1990. I hope to see an expansion of this district to encompass the appropriate area of Melville Street where the study will recognize, which the study will recognize as a significant neighborhood of pre-1950 buildings, contributing to a valuable area of protection. The final boundaries of which will be determined through the requested study and plenty of public engagement over the next year. I've worked closely with staff in planning, heritage, building, and legal, and they are supportive of this motion. And the properties that currently have building permits in place where work is commencing have all been exempted within this bylaw. And like a bylaw that we put in place in Pleasant View, the bylaw also recognizes that additions, I should tell you just right from the wording. I'll tell you in a minute. The alteration of property and the erection, demolition, or removal of buildings or structures within the Heritage Conservation Study is prohibited with the exception of the following permitted actions, along with the homes that already have building permits. But in that area, an expansion of such legally existing buildings or structures to a maximum of 25% of the existing floor area will be allowed. A change to the interior of such legally existing buildings or structures will still be allowed. A change to the facade of such legally existing buildings or structures where that facade does not address a public street or highway will still be allowed. And the reconstruction or replacement of such legally existing buildings or structures which are totally or partially destroyed by fire, accident, or natural disaster, provided the building or structure is reconstructed on its original site and the floor area and dimensions are not increased. And the erection of new accessory building or structure will still be allowed under the restrictions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make sure I understand the intent. But first of all, is this that which appears on our agenda as bylaw 258? I am curious as to why we weren't afforded the motion, yet it appears in the agenda as a bylaw. It just would help me.
Janet?
I uploaded it last night to eScribe and something went wrong because I had to add 514 this morning and I had to re-prepare and republish and 8.2 disappeared. Okay, so it's
So not for lack of effort.
working on it.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I appreciate that. If I could ask through the mayor to either GM Thorne or City Planner, Chief Planner Robichaud, could you just provide me with some insight into the implications that this may or may not hold for the bylaw that was passed previously by this council in terms of low density, the changes, please? Would it, I noted that the councillor said it wouldn't affect any change to the interior, but I just need some assurance that this would not frustrate our ability to meet our intensification targets. Thank you.
Mr. Roach.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, you are correct that the homeowner or a property owner would still be able to add an accessory dwelling unit or multiple dwelling units, provided they met the other applicable zoning bylaw regulations, if they were doing a conversion of an existing dwelling. So as long as they were maintaining that existing dwelling or small expansions as permitted by this bylaw, they would be able to continue to create those additional dwelling units within the study area while this bylaw was in effect. So this bylaw essentially would not preclude the creation of additional dwelling units. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Robichaud for that assurance. And thank you to Deputy Clerk for clarifying that. It was no ill intent. I just didn't want to waste people's times with questions that could have maybe been considered. Thank you.
Thank you. So it was a late arriving motion for sure, but I think the clerk made best efforts to get it out to everybody. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if I'm understanding correctly, what I just heard is that this has no impact on creation of secondary suites, the creation of new detached secondary suites, or the conversion of existing residential homes to up to 4 residential dwelling units, which is now in effect citywide. Just for my own clarification, I want to be absolutely sure.
Mr. Robichaud.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct, provided they meet the applicable requirements of the zoning bylaw. The only one caveat is the maximum increase in GFA is 25% under this bylaw. So if they were proposing an addition that was at 28% or 30%, they would not be able to do that, but they could then reduce the size of the building addition, bring it into conformity with this proposed bylaw, and be entitled to obtain the necessary building permits to allow the conversion or conversions to proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then just a follow-up question, is there a cost to this study? Because as we know, we can't approve a cost that's over $50,000.
Thank you. Mr. Robichaud.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Ward Councillor, the cost would be absorbed by the existing planning department budget in terms of we have funds set aside for the review and creation of heritage districts, in addition to the cost for public consultation, which would be, again, within the existing departmental budget. We have to give notice to the affected property owners, scheduling PICs, open houses, et cetera, but all of those costs are within the existing planning department budget as part of the study area, the ongoing work that's being done already to date for this study area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. And I am mindful of Jason Thorne's note earlier that I think the public should be aware that in March 2022, in terms of land supply, the Ontario Big City Mayor has reported there are 250,000 dwelling units approved but not built in the municipalities that we collectively represent. And in Hamilton, the city's vacant residential unit mapping indicates there are approximately 34,000 units that could be developed, which is approximately 11 and a half years of housing supply. So the supply number does not include the 2022 council approved relating to zoning reform to allow accessory units and exclusionary zoning. So I think that's useful information, not necessarily in this context, but useful information that the public share. I think you asked that question earlier. It is. And then on this motion, if there's no further commentary, all in favor or opposed or otherwise? And that is carried as well, and that comes to the end of our official responsibilities, duties, motions, and notices of motion, and we are now at statement by members, and I'll turn to Councillor Wilson to lead us off.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As being the last council meeting, I very short and sweet, _sweet, would like to thank the residents of Ward 1, my neighbors in Ainslie-Wood, Kirkendall, Strathcona, and Westdale for the great honor of and pleasure of serving them for the last 4 years. Thank you for your engagement. Thank you for your constructive work on behalf of things that you care about. Thank you for being active and being activists on big matters and small matters. It's been my honor and privilege to serve here on your behalf. Thank you very much.
Thank you. JasonFard.com.
.ca this time of
year. Yeah, you've upgraded.
.com every other time. So thank you for that. But I will try to stray from any comment on what's happening in terms of an election municipally, and instead, Mr. Mayor, focus on what's occurred. And certainly all of us, especially those who are still wanting to be involved, this is a time of reflection and promotion, as tough as it is sometimes to sell one's self. So I thought on the reflection side of things, and I'm sure you'll have something to say and others later, that I'd kind of say thanks to some colleagues who are moving on and retiring. So it's quite easy, actually. I just count 1, 2, 3, 4 seats and start with Sammy, who's made a career of popping popcorn initially as a kid and watching council meetings, and one that has evolved to what I feel will ultimately be some renaming of some street or park, given the influence and the passion and just the sheer years of dedication. So proud going forward to still call him counselor, but more buddy, more friend. He was a friend long before I arrived 12 years ago, but congratulations to him. And then, of course, the chair right next is 5, and we've already done, you arranged public accolades to the now departed, off to Ottawa, sly and savvy ex-counselor of 26 years, Chad Collins, who, just the other night he was watching the ball game with me from Ottawa. We were on the phone from the 7th until the 10th. And that big walk-off shot for the Jays to clinch. And it's just kind of cool to be hanging out with a fella who's made a career. I think for a lot of Chad's years, the latter part of his career as counselor, many people in this community are going, here's a guy going places. And he finally did, but there's a part of us that I think realize he felt he was already there. He has such a commitment to this community, and I can tell you as MP and as my buddy, he has been really, really busy, and he's found his stride for sure. You are in a chair. You're actually here, and you've had an unbelievable run. Always active and engaged, and a great community contributor from your time with the long hair and the guitar in high school to what we see now, which is a proud a Dutchman who's done real good for not only his family, but for this city. And you deserve all of the accolades you've been receiving. I don't think we haven't noticed you've really been doing the tour this last month and a half. You're going to a lot of community events, and I've been to a few with you, and you are getting some deserving accolades, Fred, for all that you've done in your career, and not just this tumultuous term at times, but quite obviously from your time as alderman when you used to be called that. I see Judy Partridge over there, and Judy, we started at the same time. The first thing we did together was do a skate drive. You were very, very helpful by getting skates from the Waterdown community into my Skate the Dream program at Eastwood, and it's been nothing but a collaboration since. When I think of you, I think of our time. I was a radio guy, and you were a newspaper gal, and we were at a lot of events together over the years, back from the 80s through the 90s, and it's still surreal sometimes, even when I look at you now, and I know you're deserving of your retirement as much as anybody around this table. Frugal Fergie, I think I'm going to miss you most. Lloyd, I know you're going to have a great time golfing. You're actually getting better at it, not worse. Usually guys your age, start golfing their age. But you're someone who I'll never forget the first time in planning committee, we had a motion, you were trying to pass credit cards as a way of and means of paying out back City Hall, saying it was innovative and it was a good solution for people that are sitting in here all day at meetings. You had really great arguments, and I supported those arguments. And then I flipped on you at council 3 days later, and I read your lips, and I never flipped again in my 12-year career. I understood your argument that you should stand by your principles, and standing committee is where you prepare, right? And it was a big lesson for me, but it also started a beautiful friendship of a collaboration, especially behind the scenes, to be able to, I always say I'm a little bit rock and roll, you're a little bit country, the old Donnie and Marie thing. You and I will always be pals, even though you're a little bit country and I'm a little bit rock and roll. Brenda Johnson, I know you're retiring too. Take care. No, I'm just kidding. I'm way over. I am way over, though, BJ. I started with you two, and I look forward to one day being invited to your house. Hasn't happened yet, but you are really someone who also never failed to stand your ground. You're one tough. And it's been inspiring. You have been and continue to be until after today a really valuable member. Your past history with Environment Hamilton and all your knowledge that you brought to the job, but just the genuineness of you and being part of the team with you has been a pleasure. Although we didn't always agree, it was always an amicable exchange. And I know I said I'm going to miss Fergie the most, but I really think it's going to be you I miss the most. So thank you for letting me go, 4 minutes over? The mayor's regretting he didn't start with Clark again. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thought we'd save the best to last, so we'll. Councillor Nan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Also, just wanted to say that it's been an absolute tremendous honor to serve the residents of Ward 3 in the city of Hamilton as your Ward 3 City Councillor for this 2018 to 2022 term. Thank you to the residents for your engagement, your ideas, and your thoughtfulness. Also the tension and the dialogue and the challenging conversations and the way in which we've engaged in them over these years with respect and that value of each other's humanity being paramount. I really do appreciate the discourse that the city has been engaged in over the course of the last 4 years. I want to thank staff from across the corporation for bringing your talents and skills and your subject matter expertise to this table and to the work of my office. It's been an intense term of responding not only to the crises of affordable housing and toxic drugs, but also a global pandemic that none of us had on our horizon of having to deal with. And managing and delivering much appreciated and needed public services. On a sincere thank you to all of our staff for your public service. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Since Councillor Powers had 1 year with us, you get 1 minute. No, kidding. Councillor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I begin by thanking you on City Council for appointing me to fill the vacancy in this, the last year of your term. Over the past 11 months, I've attempted to represent the residents of Ward 5 to the best of my ability with the information that is available to me, and have actively participated in discussions on city committees and council. I thank all of the staff in the City of Hamilton for their assistance to me. However, I'm most grateful to Ms. Lynn Giacchetti and Ms. Jackie Coffey for their administrative support in my Ward 5 office. And in closing, if elected, I promise, whoops, that's from a dated speech. Rather, it's now a return to retirement. Thank you all.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Farr did a wonderful radio rap. I swear we were listening to the Jason Farr show. That was really outstanding what he did, going into such detail. Before I do a little bit of that, Mr. Mayor, I just want to say for all listening in, October 13th at 6:30 p.m. at the Gage Park Tropical Greenhouses, right in the heart of Councillor Nan's Ward 3. We're having our evening of celebration of horticultural excellence, opening of the 102nd Mum Show, our Fall and Garden Show, Mums in Space. All staff, always our talented staff from the Horticultural Forestry Division always come up with a great theme. If you want more, it starts at 6:30 p.m. The red trillium, pink trillium, white trilliums will all be given out. If you want more information, those listening in, mumshow@hamilton.ca, email mumshow@hamilton.ca, phone number 905-546-2424, extension 2744, 546-2424, extension 2744. I've always been a big supporter of that haven of rest we have at this time of year at our Mum Show at Gage Park. Mr. Mayor, I felt today was a day that really the members of council that are saying farewell from this chamber, it really is your day to give the speeches you want to give. I really feel hopefully that the new council term, whoever's here, will invite the departed back for an official recognition with certificates and years of service and their accomplishments to be honored in that fashion and form, I hope. And Mr. Mayor, I would simply say to yourself, Mayor Eisenberger, for Councillor Marula, Councillor Collins, Councillor Powers, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Partridge, Councillor Johnson, and Councillor Whitehead. Truly, it's been a pleasure and exhilarating time to hold public elected office in our community. I have no regrets whatsoever in serving with each and every one of you, and I mean that so sincerely. Many city and ward victories for our city and accomplishments have occurred. Mr. Mayor, you know, after World War I and World War II, Hamilton was known as the ambitious city, giving hope and opportunity to many refugees and immigrants that came here that helped build the city. But the last 2 decades, I have said to everyone that wants to listen that now we have become even more a destination place desired by so many to live, work, and recreate. And I congratulate all my 8 outgoing colleagues for the outstanding work, achievements that you have contributed to making Hamilton a destination place. And Mr. Mayor, lastly, to the residents and the voters of Ward 6, once again, every term I'm honored and see it as just an enormous privilege to serve here at City Hall. I never, ever take their support for granted, and it's been just a wonderful opportunity to serve with about 1/3 of this council that was brand new to this table from the last election, along with veteran returnees like myself. And Mr. Mayor, always a pleasure, and our city is back on the move. We've come through the pandemic overall as successfully as a city could, and we're on our zenith and horizon again. Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and I just salute you so much as the leader of this council. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much for those kind comments. Thank you. Councillor Pauls?
Thank you. I'm going to start first to make an announcement. October 1st, I'm honoring John Gabriel from Mountain Park. John Gabriel has been cleaning that area for over 10 years. Every morning, he gets up and does 5 miles all around that area and cleans. And we're going to honor him on October 1st. And I'm amazed at his strength. He's 80 years old, and he's still been doing it. So congratulations, John. But I want to say there are 2 words often used, but when these words are used with gratitude and from the heart, it has a stronger meaning. The 2 words are thank you. I want to thank my residents in Ward 7. Thank you. To the senior staff, thank you. And every employee of Hamilton, whether I met you or had a conversation with you, thank you. My colleagues, every single one of you, thank you. The mayor, who I served with and under with, and I thank you for that, for your leadership. Thank you. I want to thank my family because they were part of this journey that I took 4 years ago. And lastly, and most important to me, I want to thank God, who I put my faith and trust in. So in the last council meeting for 2022, I simply want to use these 2 words from the bottom of my heart, thank you.
And thank you. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it is somewhat surreal to be here, at the end of my first term on council, 4 years. I cannot believe that it's been that long. And I can only imagine how those of you who are, retiring or choosing to move on your own terms feel after serving for the length of time that you have. So I'd really like to sincerely thank those of you who are here in chambers today, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Partridge, and you, Mr. Mayor, for your service. I think we've all had some vehement disagreements around this horseshoe, but I appreciate what each and every one of you has brought to the role. I think I've learned from each and every one of you, and I deeply appreciate your service to the public, but also those relationships that we've been able to build over these past 4 years. Thinking back on the decision to move on from a position like this on your own terms, I think takes a lot of courage. And I don't think that you can really understand that until you've been in this position, that there's always more to do. There's always more that you want to do for your community, for your constituents, for the city. And the things that you started years ago are just coming to fruition, and you want to see those through. So it is certainly a very courageous decision to say, okay, I've done my part, and now I'm going to move on to something different. And especially, I think, this term with COVID, some of my proudest moments serving in this chair were through the COVID pandemic. The way that this council came together to do the best that we could for our community are some of those moments that I'll never forget. And thinking back to the beginning of COVID, especially, and what that was like, and you, Mr. Mayor, especially, your leadership being the face of that crisis that we all had to work through. So just to wrap up, genuinely appreciate your service and those relationships, and I hope that we will continue to speak, and you can give me some advice in the future as future challenges come up. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And first, I want to make an announcement. This weekend, October 1st and 2nd, is the Flamborough Women's Resource Centre Chili Fest. It's an annual event. There's 14 restaurants that are participating, And there's also a pop-up event on the Saturday, the 1st, from 12 till 6 p.m. at West Avenue Cidery. There will be several vendors there that will be serving up chili. This is a major fundraiser for Flamborough Women's Centre, which is a satellite of Interval House. The first group that I want to recognize is my residents, both urban and rural. You know, we have worked alongside each other for 12 years. Well, actually longer than that, because I was quite the community advocate, I'll go with advocate, for many years prior to that, and worked with a lot of community groups. We've been able to put some major check marks beside the list of things that we wanted to accomplish. And I say we because one of the first things that we did as a community was form a community council. And that community council has been operating for the whole 12 years that I've been in. And I'm very grateful to everyone on that community council for the advice and guidance that they provided to me, and for my residents' support. Everything from establishing the Flamborough Women's Resource Centre to developing 4 business parks. We only had 2 business parks when we first started on this wonderful journey. And, you know, bringing in companies like L3, bringing in companies for expansion like Stryker, CHCH-TV, sorry, Jay, so many other businesses. And all in all, over the 12 years, it's something like 2,500 new jobs, high-paying jobs, that have been brought to Waterdown and Flamborough. But it wouldn't have been possible without staff. And I want to recognize that, you know, we have some of the very, very best staff. And I am so grateful to the assistance, to the guidance, to the many public meetings that we held. And as everybody knows, public meetings in Waterdown Flamborough usually have 200 to 300 people attending them. So staff really did yeoman's duty, attending and coming up with solutions. And that's, you know, that's a really tough thing to do, but thinking outside of the box, no one can accuse you of not doing that. And I very much appreciate it. To the councillors around this table who I have served with for 12 years, you know, I feel so blessed to have had the opportunity to work with you. Some of you are leaving, some of you are staying. And, you know, I've learned from every one of you. I hope that I've been able to contribute something around this table that helped each one of you with your, you know, roles and responsibilities in your wards. I also want to mention, though, that the rural community, which is something I have championed along with others around this table, I am very, very worried that the rural community will not be as thought about as the other areas of the city. So I will ask staff to please put the rural communities of Glanbrook, Flamborough, Ancaster, Dundas, and Stony Creek, keep it on your radar. These folks, they need champions down here for sure. And lastly, Mr. Mayor, I want to recognize under your leadership, the value of your leadership, your friendship. I've learned a lot from you, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, an announcement. Just want to remind people that next weekend, which is Thanksgiving weekend, Rockton World's Fair will be happening in Rockton, in Flamborough, and I hope you'll all be there. I'll be there. I hope I see you there. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So lots of time to make your way to Rockton and find a nice day to do it. Ride the rides, buy some food, and visit my booth, among others. Anyway, thank you. I want to say thank you to each and every one of you here around this table. I'm going to start here because we've been together for a long time now. Even if you're only here one term, it's a long time. Add COVID into that, and it feels like forever. So Well, it was so impactful, and it changed the world in a day or two. And so I want to recognize that the impact that had, not only on us as councillors, but on our staff and the workload that they carried during that time and continue to carry, because even though COVID to some degree seems to be behind us, or we like to think it is, the impacts are still there. I still see them in my inbox and various other places. Mr. Mayor, thank you for the time that you've spent on this council and working for this city, because it's not just about while you've been mayor, but in the years gone by when you were a councillor, and the things that you did for this city over those years are not to be forgotten and not to be minimized. And to the councillors who are leaving, I will miss every one of you. And I really respect your decision to walk away from here, because to some degree it's addictive. You know, the being able to resolve issues for people is really what, I can only speak for myself, but is really what drives me in this job and makes it a passion, not a job. And so I want to recognize that and thank each of you for the ways in which you have mentored me, bolstered me, I don't want to say fought with me, argued with me over things to get the best result. And really, I believe that the times when council is perhaps not all on the same page, the whole point is to get the best result. It's not just to agree with each other. That's why we're here. And I want to thank the residents in my ward for their support and their input. I have a very engaged ward, as do all of us. And, you know, lots of strong opinions that are to be obeyed, and trying to weigh those opinions along with the important information that we get from our very professional staff and the input from council colleagues and the mayor really does bring about the right answer. And, you know, I have really appreciated that. So as we move toward election day, I know that we're not really supposed to be talking about the election necessarily, but it is a turning point. It will be a turning point. There will be a significant change on this council, regardless of what happens to incumbents. 7 people will not be returning to this horseshoe, and that is going to make a very big difference in the dynamics on council. And I'm looking forward to that. I hope that I will be here to join each of you here and continue to have input on the future of our wards, but also the overall vision for the city. So thank you very much for many good years, and I hope we have a few more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Let me start by just thanking you. You know, we spent 12 of the last 16 years together here, and I always respected your leadership and your way to try to balance things, and that's not an easy job to do, and so I respect you for that and what you're able to do.
Thank you.
But most important, I want to thank the people of Ancaster for giving me the privilege of being here to represent them over the last 16 years. I also had 10 years in Ancaster Council and 3 years as a trustee on the former Wentworth County Board of Education. And so I counted them up. I've actually never lost, but I won 10 elections during that time, and which I really appreciate the people of Ancaster and putting their trust in not only me, but our whole family. And we've held a position, an elected position without interruption in Ancaster until right now, an uninterrupted elected position since 1955. So according to my arithmetic, that's around 68 years. That's a long time. I'm not sure how long the Kennedy sat there, but it's probably somewhere around the same, but all eras come to an end is my message. And I'm often referred to as the Kennedys of Ancaster. And but I do appreciate the confidence they put in this. I'm also very proud of some of our accomplishments. The Arts Center. I think, Mr. Mayor, you attended last week to the appreciation night for the donors that put up $5 million of their own money. I think your expression was you were gobsmacked by it, and I thought that was a good expression. I spent a good part of my last 4 years working on that. I tried to get it, first of all, awarded, secondly, get through all the difficulties, 2 years of COVID, and get it done. And of course, as I said last week at the opening, it's on budget, and there's no debt on it. And so we're turning it over now to the Ancaster Society for the Performing Arts for a lease of $2 per year for 20 years. So you should all get up and take a look at it. It's something I think even you, all of you would be proud of. I know when I get down a little bit, I just go walk through there and I feel a lot better again because you see what you physically are getting done. But I'm also proud of the Ancaster Square, completely redeveloped from tennis courts to spray pads to lawn bowling greens to the most oldest building in Ancaster being moved there to refurbishing 2 old buildings. And so I'm very, very proud of that one. I'm proud of Wilson Street. The final contract to get Wilson Street reconstructed from the 403 all the way through the city limits is finishing, I believe, and Carlisle might know better than I do, but sometime next week. It's done. And I can walk away putting a check mark beside that one. We give a new fire hall for the Meadowlands community, a new arena, a senior center expansion, just to name a few. And I'm proud to chair some major initiatives here at the city. Councillor Jackson, remember, and I think Councillor Clark can, if I look around the table, Councillor Partridge, in 2010, the renovations to this building where we left it for 3 years. And I chaired that, and that was exciting. I brought in the new integrated team approach delivery model, and we stood up here at the opening, Mr. Mayor, and got a check back from the contractor for $800,000 for being under budget and finished 5 months early. And so I was very proud of that. And to this day, I think it's serving us very well. The other one, of course, is the stadium. A little less control there because I was controlled by Infrastructure Ontario, but finally got done, and others. I do want to, as others have mention our amazing staff. We got some great staff here, and I'm going to identify just a few. I know it's always risky because you don't get enough accolades, but I'm just going to name a few that were particularly helpful to me. And of course, Mike Zagarek is amazing. I trust everything Mike says. And in 2022 alone, we went through some pretty big shocks. The Red Hill Valley Judicial Review costs, the Shadow Creek, inflation coming up to bite us, but he still got us a AAA plus credit rating for the first time ever. So Mike, to you and your staff, all your finance staff, keep up the great work. I'm so proud to have known you. I learned a lot by watching your style too. Just like I did Councillor Jackson. I try to be nice like Councillor Jackson, but I find it tough. I find it tough. But I like your style, Mike, and thank you for that. I want to recognize Steve Robichaud too. There's my go-to guy for problems. Planning, you get constant complaints, in our offices. Be a call Steve up and it would get resolved. So I have the utmost respect for Steve. Rome D'Angelo, there's a get it done guy. And I ran into huge problems in the Arts Center, and I call up Rome thinking we're at a huge impasse, and he called me back 20 minutes later and said, Councillor, it's all looked after. Oh, that's great. And so having that kind of guy in that position was amazing, and I have utmost respect for Rome. Carrie Brooks Joyner, I got to know her very well through the Canadian Open. And she managed that like Boris Brott did the orchestra and did an amazing job. And lastly, Lisa Burnside, the CAO of the Hamilton Conservation Authority. I spent a lot of time with Lisa over the last 4 years, and she's an incredible leader. I'm a little concerned for the Conservation Authority because I'm concerned the city of Hamilton may steal her sometime as a great director or some senior position. I know our city managers met her on the airplane, couldn't tell her I'm the new city manager because Lisa was sitting right beside her. But she is an incredible person, and I want to thank her for it. The most important thing they all did, they're problem solvers. And that's what we need is problem solvers. You go to the problem, they don't say, Councillor, you can't do that. And I remember I was going to a meeting once, and I was bumping into that a bit at the start. So I called a meeting of staff about a pretty important issue, and I started out, if anybody here is going to tell me I can't do this, leave. Those of you who tell me how I can, stay. And it worked. So remember that when you run into these walls, It just, countless times, Counselor, you can't do that. But if you want to get there, here's how you do it. Okay, I appreciate that. And lastly, I want to turn over my, I don't know, the moniker or nickname, Frugal Fergie to Frugal Far. And I'm not sure, Jason, whether you haven't been, Mike, stay on him. Make sure he watches costs, because he should be the new frugal person around here, Frugal Far, because I know he's starting to learn about watching costs, and he'll eventually get that. And to all of you, I enjoyed dealing with most of you, and it was a great ride. But I want to leave it my last accolades to my executive assistant, Kathy Bishop. She had over 30 years with the city. She's retiring next month also. And she was my right arm, my rock, and we're so different personalities. I'm a guy, if somebody gets in my face, I come right back at them. Kathy was the ultimate conciliator. Oh, geez, I'm so sorry. Kathy, geez. But she got me out of a lot of jams by that style. So we were, I don't want to say marriage, because that's not it, but we were connected at the hip. We're so well connected and so made for each other. So to Kathy, I want to look straight in the camera and thank you for your service. And with that said, I'll shut up and sit down. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. As usual, I have a couple of announcements first, please. So this next Saturday actually is the final farmers market in Binbrook. And this is for you, Councillor Powers. October 14th to the 29th, the Binbrook Little Theatre will be performing. And the Binbrook Santa Claus Parade is doing their fundraising efforts, so please check them out on their Facebook and Instagram for more information. And also on November 26th, we have the Christchurch Woodburn is hosting their Christmas in Country Market with baked goods, etc. So go to my website while it's still up and running, brendajohnson.ca, to find out more details. And while I have the microphone, and being that this is my last council meeting, I thought I'd add a few more things. I can't believe it's been 12 years. It seems like yesterday, and sometimes it seems like 100 years ago, that Jason and Judy and I were the newbies. And I'll never forget, after my first meeting, Jason comes over to me and he said, "You have the meanest mom look I have ever seen." And it's still effective to this day. All I have to do is throw it over to him and he just stops in his tracks, just like my kids do. And Jay, you're always welcome at the house. As we all know, we don't get here by ourselves, so I'm going to take a few minutes to thank a few people that got me here. So my campaign manager, Stu Beattie, the first time I met with him, he said, "I need $12,000 and 100% support from your husband, because I will not run a campaign without support of your family." So I borrowed the money. I didn't tell Glenn a thing, and here I am. Georgina Beattie, who did all the correspondence. We had Tom and Heather Moore, Joyce and Don Monroe, Denise and David Christofferson, our fantastic ad man, John Van Duzer, Shirley Froman, Steve Rizzula, Debbie Murphy, Jana Campbell, Carol Ratcher, Kathy Naples. Kathy gave me her pair of shoes after the first election and they had holes in them, and she put it on the side of a box. Brenda literally ran my shoes off on this. I kept them in my office to remind me of all the people who worked so hard to get me where I was. And Heidi Oglesby with her dad, Steve, and many, many more. I won't bore you. I really want to publicly also thank my staff. Kathy Denny, for some of you that don't know, is a former Glenbrook councillor. She was also a school trustee. So I used to tell people you get two for the price of one. And I was so blessed to have her there when I came into this office, because the transition was smooth. She just knew all the files. She knew who to contact. It was just amazing. Kristen Demick, who is in our office today, I can't think of anybody who could replace Kathy, but Kristen's really coming super close. She's just amazing. I've had many titles since I've been in this position, and the latest one was the chair of the MPCA. And for the first time in history, a Hamilton representative was the chair of the MPCA. And say what you will about WebEx, but I don't think I could have done both jobs effectively. I'm in both with MPCA, you're either in Welland or you're in Balls Falls. So with a click of a button, I'm in Balls Falls. Then a click of a button, I'm in council chambers. Click of a button, I'm now with a staff meeting, and a click of a button, I'm now in Welland. So I've seen all your debates. You've all done very well. Everybody's doing well. But when I keep hearing, are you going to show up to work? I don't think I've worked so hard with WebEx than I have physically trying to get in my car and travel to the next meeting. So folks, I want to put that out there. And thanks to our clerks for setting that up so efficiently for us. It was just unbelievable. I've sent out a thank you note to everybody in Glanbrook. Ward 11 is just filled with residents who truly care about their communities. I've been very, very blessed to represent this beautiful and wonderful ward. And thank you to the residents for having that faith and confidence in me. Personally, a lot has happened in 12 years, both happy and sad. My fight and victory over breast cancer, celebrating our 30th and our 40th wedding anniversary. Our 40th was 2 weeks ago, 9/11. Never forgotten it. And we were at a church service giving out a 70th anniversary certificate. So that's, everybody keeps telling you, you have no private life. You definitely don't have any private life doing this. The loss of 4 grandparents who are so heavily on my mind today. Thank you to Glenn, my husband, my sons, Brian and Daniel. I couldn't have done this job as effectively without your love and support. And lastly, to the staff from the city manager to the frontline workers. Thank you for always helping me find solutions. It's just amazing. The roads crews and the guys that work in the cemeteries. I'm looking over at Grace Mater. I figured it out last night. We've known each other 40 years. It's pretty good considering we're only 50. And to Tom and to Brad and to Lloyd, yeah, him too. Thanks for always letting me vent and come into your offices. And all of you, I always knew there was an open door policy, but for some reason, I just gravitate to somebody who just listens to you and tells you whether you're being stupid or telling you whether or not you're on the right track. Thank you. And to all my colleagues, as I bid farewell to all of you in this last official council meeting, I wish you all the very best. No matter what happens, I just hope it just comes with happiness and good health. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So along everyone else here today, it's it's a sad moment and a happy moment. But I'm going to start off first and foremost. I think, yes, thank you are the 2 small words, but biggest words you could say today. To the residents of Ward 10 that I have had the honor of representing now for 19 years, it has been a true honor. Working through all of the concerns, the complaints, the capital projects, the taxation issues, the services, the list is endless, and all of the colleagues around the table know that. But the patience, most important, the patience of the residents has been truly, truly respected and loved by me, because it takes time for things to get done. And the residents have been very cooperative and understanding, and I truly appreciate that. And with that, though, it's also staff. I'm not going to name all of the staff because we have the tremendous staff that are here, and I always say to our residents, even when they may be getting a little bit heated that, you know, we didn't hear back from staff, I said, no, Hamilton, our staff are second to none. And I stand by that every minute, every breath, every day. We are so, so blessed in Hamilton to have wonderful staff. And Mr. Mayor, I want to go one step further. It's not just the staff who are here, it's also staff that have left that we also had. And we've been so fortunate that, you know, if we do have staff leave, and I pray that we don't lose any more, that we have as good or better staff that do come in. And we really have good coverage in taking care of all of the issues and that come before us and come before the city of Hamilton. So to all our staff, thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything you've done, everything you continue to do. Perfect example, Mr. Mayor, I received an email late last night with regards to a very large tree branch that was down on a sidewalk on King Street from a resident. I sent an email last night to Forestry, and this morning that branch was cleared away because that sidewalk is a school walking route. And, I got in here, saw the email from the resident that had been taken care of already. Our meeting hadn't even started. And I sent a thank you to our forestry department. And I know how busy they are. We all know how busy they are in forestry. They are so backed up, but they certainly understand the priorities and know where they need to make their commitments and efficiencies every day. So I want to thank them for that. To my assistant, Mariana Sarek, who has been with me now 8 years, wow, I tell you, she's the one that can put her hand on my shoulder and just say, no, just calm down. We're going to work through this. And has been a great guider and guidance for me. And I'm truly, truly blessed that not just her, but all my former assistants have been tremendous. But I am proud to have her in my office and proud to work with her every day. What can I say to my family, to my husband, Stephen, and my children? It's been said here at the table. We all want to say that our family comes first. And I'd be the first to say that to any resident out there. My family comes first. But I'll tell you, it's a major juggling act to try and do that. And they're not always first. And to see the respect and understanding that my husband and my children have displayed when I've had to say, sorry, I've got to miss the beginning of that birthday party, or I have to miss that anniversary event, or something even more serious because I have to be here, but I'll be back as soon as I can. I want to thank them for that because it's not easy, and we all know it around here. Again, with Stony Creek, it's been a pleasure in Stony Creek, Winona. It's been a pleasure having so many capital projects completed over the last number of years. How many recreation and parks improvements have been completed, and I want to be able to be there, as has been said. It's a drive. As a councillor, it's a drive. We're not here for financial gain. At least I've never been. It's that drive of going, I can get that done, and we're going to see it done. And there's so many issues, so many projects that I want to see completed, especially with the addition of Winona now. And unfortunately, only having 2 years out of 4 to really see some benefit come to the area that's been requested because of COVID. And I'm going to touch on that. We've also had many difficult, challenging, but exciting times here around the table. But if we had to say the first, the foremost, the most serious has been COVID. It has been an absolutely devastating effect throughout Hamilton and the world. But it's also had its benefits. We've gotten technology. Did we ever think we'd all be sitting here before a computer screen today, paperless, not shifting? Oh, the clerks are smiling. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But it's been wonderful to be able to take to be able to grasp that opportunity of technology and keep us moving forward. And we all know, working at home with COVID, I can tell you my workload tripled. Because not only, as was mentioned earlier, are we in meetings working virtually, but I'm also on a headset taking phone calls and responding to emails. So tripling the work in an average day, Mr. Mayor. And that's why I wanted to continue to thank residents for their patience. To our colleagues that are leaving today, to the colleagues who aren't here, from Chad Collins, Sam Marula, Terry Whitehead, Judy Partridge, Lloyd Ferguson, Brenda Johnson, and Russ Powers, and yourself, Mr. Mayor. It has been an absolute pleasure. I've learned so much from all of you here around the table. And I've felt it. I mean, we are a family. We are all here as a family, and when being able to get to know each other, I mean, yes, I'm proud to be a grandmother of a 1-year-old grandson. And, when somebody says, oh, you got a picture of the baby, it's like, we do. We all take some time to say, we are human, and we all have respect for each other. And I truly, truly have appreciated that. To you, Mr. Mayor, what can I say? I want to thank you, sir, for your leadership and your friendship. And I think it's very important that the residents of this city know how hard you have worked to steer this council in the best direction. And I'm going to say it that way, because yes, we've had our good points and we've had the bad points. We've had things that we've done right, and we've had things that maybe we haven't done so right. But you've tried to steer us at every avenue in the right direction. And I truly commend you for that, because it's not easy. If we know what our workload is around this table, I wouldn't even want to handle the workload that you go through every day. And I know your staff are very competent in making sure that you follow and all the points that you have to be at or all the things you have to deal with in a specific day. So it's been exciting. As I say, it's been exciting. It's been sad to sit here today, but I certainly do look forward to being back after October 24th, and to be able to complete a whole bunch more capital projects and improvements in Ward 10 and the city of Hamilton, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those kind words for everybody. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank the residents of Ward 9. You know, Ward 9 is a very large ward. It's not the largest, but it is a very large ward. And to monitor everything that was going on in the ward during a time when we were isolating it at home was challenging. The residents stepped up. The residents really did start emailing my office, calling my office, and we responded by providing it to staff, and staff 99 times out of 100 resolved the issue. It is remarkable to have a constituency that is that involved and that concerned about their community. So I am grateful that they are there. I am honored to serve them as their counselor, but we really accomplished a great deal together. We track our emails and phone calls. This term, my office had over 15,000 emails and over 3,000 phone calls. It's a remarkable number, and it's a great deal of work, but it's all about resolving problems. And really, that's what we do here. We live in an age of hyper-partisanship. We see it all the time. Everything's about winning the battle, winning the fight, winning the argument. It seems to be more and more about proving that the other guy is an idiot and you're the only smart one in the room. That seems to be where hyper-partisanship has gone in the province and in Canada. Here at the local area, I don't think so. I think it's all been about how do we fix the problem? It's not about winning the debate or winning the argument or winning the vote. It's about how do we fix the problem? And I can recall many, many meetings where we have compromised as a group and come together to resolve a problem by modifying a resolution that a councillor may bring forward, or that it's a matter that staff are bringing forward. We can't do that in isolation. We can only do that working together collaboratively as a team. And I think this council has proven that we're capable of doing that. I can tell you I'm going to miss a number of councillors around this table. Hopefully I'm back, but who knows? I want to thank Councillor Brenda Johnson for agreeing to step up to chair the NPCA. I remember the telephone conversation as though it happened yesterday. I won't share all of the details, but she agreed to step up. And it was a remarkable initiative that a Hamiltonian was now in charge of the NPCA. The Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, of course, had a really troublesome previous term. And when we came to sit on that board, we were blown away by some of the things that were happening. Per diems were being charged 4 and 5 times a day. Which just is illogical. And so we had to fix that, and I don't think we could have fixed it had she not been in the chair at the time, so I give her full credit for that. The other chair of the other Conservation Authority, Councillor Ferguson, Chair Ferguson, did a remarkable job at the Hamilton Conservation Authority. I think we have had a record investment on land purchases. A lot of them were in the east end of the city as we continue to develop wetlands to hold back flooding waters in Lower Stony Creek. But the Hamilton Conservation Authority, it was a joy to sit on. You've got citizens and councillors working together. And rarely did we have a disagreement. And the one time that we had a disagreement, myself and Councillor Ferguson, he proved I was wrong because he actually followed the direction of the board. He didn't go off on his own tangent. He did exactly what the board said. So he's to be congratulated. He did an excellent job as chair of that conservation authority, and they will remember that. And so thank you for that. Mr. Mayor, you've had a tumultuous term. God bless you. Glad it wasn't me. I'm being honest here. I sat back and watched some of the things that happened, the invasions at your house. You really have put up with an awful lot of grief, sir. And at the end of the day, all you have been trying to do, as all of us around this table, is make the city a bit better, to solve the problems that our residents have. And I have enjoyed working with you this term. It has been a fascinating term. Finally, I really have to give special comments to our clerk's department. And I understand we've already recognized the senior leadership team, so don't get mad at me because they haven't recognized you, okay? But when the pandemic hit and we were sent into basically isolation, and virtually a city was quarantined, we had no idea as a council how we were going to function. And I remember having the telephone conversations. How were we going to meet? And the clerk stepped up and they found software that enabled it. They found the hardware. And within a very short period of time, all of us had the equipment that we have before us. All of us were trained on the new software. And we turned, I know the expression is you turn on a dime, but we quite literally did. We turned our governance process on a dime and made it virtual. And it worked. It worked. I know a lot of us were nervous, but it actually worked. And it would not have worked without the clerks. Seriously. The work that you all did to enable us to continue to function as a government, it didn't pass me by. I saw it, and I am incredibly grateful for how you did that. So thank you very much for your service to this municipality. And to the rest of the councillors who are leaving, I have enjoyed your camaraderie. I've enjoyed, we joke a lot, and it makes the day go by a lot faster. But I've enjoyed the collaboration. I've enjoyed working together to resolve problems. And that made, for me, Mr. Mayor, that made this term incredibly special. So thank you.
Thank you. So I did say I would save the best to last. Just kidding, just kidding. Just a couple of public service announcements before I make some comments. One of them is the Order of Hamilton is up and running. The nomination and process is open, and you can get a hold of the media release will go out, and I think I hope folks will nominate worthy individuals in our community that are doing amazing things but aren't necessarily getting recognized, like a person that's cleaning up their park on an ongoing basis. I think it's worthy of us to recognize those folks. We have 10 pins to hand out this year, and I'm really pleased that we have this kind of a designation for our citizens out there. So please do nominate individuals, and I know the next mayor and the city manager will get together and make some choices, but hopefully we'll have the ability to recognize some good people that are doing great things in our community. The Gandhi Peace Festival is on this coming Saturday. I will not be able to attend, unfortunately, because of a medical procedure, but if you can, it is always a great opportunity to reflect on kind of the world we live in and the kind of world we would like to have. And there are many, many people in our community that are continuing to work on peace for our entire world and peace in our community on an ongoing basis. And I think that's too, and I'm sure we all that continue to live that every day and continue to advocate on an ongoing basis how we can promote more peace and unity in our community and now more so than ever. I'll speak a lot about unity, about trying to avoid the divisions that we see in our community, trying to bring people together and be respectful of all races, creeds, colors, religions, which I think Canada, by and large, is particularly good at. There are warts, of course there are warts, and we want to be sure that we deal with those warts, but the reality is I see more division than I've seen in recent times during my time in politics. I would say, our families have borne the brunt of some of that. We're in politics. We choose to come here and do our work. Our families don't necessarily choose this avocation, our kids or our spouses. And some of the nastiness that's gone on around here certainly impacts them significantly. I think we'd like to dismiss that, but the reality is that our families, kids, grandkids and others, are impacted by the things that are done out in the broader community. And I want people in the broader community to appreciate that. But anyway, the Gandhi Peace Festival, worth attending if you have time. Coming September the 30th is also the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation and Orange Shirt Day. Just invite and encourage all members of the Hamilton community to honor the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, whether that's through personal reflection or education or awareness activities, or by participating in Orange Shirt Day or sending out a video or a picture in support of. It does mean that every child matters, and that flag will be flying in front of City Hall, and the Sisters in Spirit flag, as well as the New Survivors flag, which will also be flying in front of City Hall, and proudly in honor of including the Métis, Six Nations, Terrapit Nations, Mississaugas, credit the First Nations. All of those flags we will endeavor to make permanent, or have endeavored to make permanent during my time as mayor. So the work continues, and there'll be much more to do in the future. And then lastly, I did mention Tilly Johnson. We had a lovely opportunity to recognize her contributions in our community, not only as a stall operator in the market for 47 years, I think I mentioned, but as a Black person, standing up for her rights and her position in our community. She was way ahead of the curve, 47 years ago. She was strong, independent, and very forceful. And if you went through the market and she knew who you were, she would pull you over and give you a thought about what she thought what was going on. And I always appreciated it. And I miss it because she's no longer with us, but her memory will be forever enshrined in the market. And then lastly, last council meeting. So I've actually been dreading this day because I'm not a particularly emotional person, but I may very well go there. Because this is a lifetime of work for me and for many of you, and so it's not something that you easily walk away from. But I do that because I am very pleased with where our city is, and many of you have talked about accomplishments in your areas and your wards, and thankfully. This council and previous councils have taken not only a local approach, but a community at large approach, ensuring that every part of our community gets investment, that every part of our community is important, whether it's Ancaster or Bimbrook or Westdale or the neighborhood in the East End or Rosedale. All of those communities matter as a great collective of communities that all deserve attention, all deserve investment, and by and large you have embraced that philosophy, even though you're representative of individual communities and wards in our area. So I would encourage future council, whether you're on it or others, to ensure that you look after your ward, and yes, that's where you get elected, but there is the greater good that we all need to be mindful of, and I think this council has done that spectacularly well, so I thank you for that effort. I've worked with 284 council meetings as mayor. I've worked with no less than 7 police chiefs, I think 7 or 8 city managers during my time on council, whether as a councillor or as mayor. So almost 300 or so members of council, whether it's regional council or previous councils. or this council, and we tend to come and go. But I have found, as we should, and I have found that to a person, I have not met a person that's come to this place looking after themselves. I've witnessed people that are here to serve the constituents, not for the money, not because the job is prestige, not because it gets your name out into the public, but because you care about your community and you want to make it better. And that's the goal that we all have, and that's the goal that we should all aspire to, and certainly to a person. Whatever you might hear in the social media or all the nonsense you hear about complaints about councillors and otherwise, I have not met that person that has been totally self-interested and doesn't care about their constituents, or whether or not the city continues to do well or prosper, or whether we are concerned about homelessness and all the issues that we face with. I've never met an individual councillor that wasn't concerned about all of that and wasn't interested in working on that. So thank you for all of that effort, and all of you have been part of that. And when we say, when we say achievements as a community, it's the team. It's collectively us. It is our management team, all the staff that are here. It's clerks, it's forestry staff, it's the garbage collection folks that are, kept on working through the entire pandemic. The forestry staff that's doing such a fantastic job of making our city look wonderful. And I can tell you, don't ever stop making our city look great, because, my mother always said, if you put on a new suit, you just feel better. And so, those flower islands and the investments in that is a confidence builder for our city, and we should never stop doing that kind of investment, even in the hardest times. In fact, when times are hard, you should probably do more. And lastly, let me say that, my role, I found, has been to empower our great staff, all of them, to give them the opportunity to do the great work they know how to do. We have enormously talented people working in our city, from the top to the bottom. I've not met, a city manager that didn't care passionately about where the city was going. And yeah, it's a job. We're all doing a job. As Shakespeare said, we all have our role to play in this great play that we operate in. But the reality is that there's passion there, and there's concern and commitment. And I've always witnessed our staff to go over and above to try and solve and resolve the problems, not just the leadership team, the next layer and the next layer after that, all the way down to the people that are on the street actually making it happen. Nothing but great quality, talented, concerned individuals that want to make our city better. And is our city better? You know what? Look around. I'm here to tell you, as I leave, as some candidates might suggest, we're going to hell in a handbasket, I would say we're better than ever. Lots more work to do. We have investments that are happening that we haven't seen in a long, long time. And if we tried to envision 20 years back what we wanted our Hamilton to be 20 years from then, it's happening. Investments in public transportation, both on the traditional transit side, and yes, we've had the great debate, and yes, LRT has been complicated and difficult, but it's going to be a massive investment that is going to serve our city well into the future, as is the $500 million investment in the traditional transit system, and a new transit terminal that will allow us to get to the next iteration of electrified buses. It's a big, big win. $500 million of fiber optic investment that's being made by Bell in our community. Huge, huge investment. And I can tell you it didn't happen easily. We spent an awful lot of time encouraging and supporting that kind of investment. The kind of investment that was made in Toronto 5 or 6 years ago is actually happening right here, right now in Hamilton. And connectivity and fiber optics and the ability to connect to the World Wide Web in a fast, high-speed way is as important as electricity, gas, and water in our community. It is a resource that we need to continue to promote and advance. AAA credit rating. You know, we talked about the great work of our great finance lead and his team. You know, there's challenges coming forward, but you don't get a AAA credit rating because you're doing something wrong. You get a AAA credit rating because you're making the kind of key strategic investments that are going to put your community in a position to be sustainable going forward. If you read the whole of the AAA credit rating Moody's report, it is not just about money, it's about investment. It's about, are you tackling some of the major issues in our community, and are you getting on top of them to the best degree you can? And yeah, there's always a deficit somewhere, infrastructure deficit that we've long talked about that I don't think any municipality is going to be able to deal with without the assistance of our federal and provincial partners. That's been the mission. And even though we've added additional capital resources, you know, the additional 1% this year, 0.5% last year, that goes a long way in terms of getting more road work and water and sewer work done. But we've done some great changes in terms of the downtown entertainment district. I think the urban boundary opportunity is a good one. Evidenced today by, you know, the housing that has been approved that has not yet been built, 11 and a half years of that available. Over and above what we've indicated could be additional units in existing properties. We are well positioned to be more sustainable going forward than we were prior to that urban boundary decision. So I'm very hopeful that the province doesn't undo, and certainly I'll continue to speak on those issues. And then to all of you individually, and, you know, I'll speak to all of you individually. You know, I've appreciated and respected your contributions to a person. Yes, we've disagreed. You know, this is, as people say, the council's dysfunctional. I say absolute nonsense. Councils, we are charged to come here and debate issues. We're not charged to come here to beat one another up. And to my understanding and to my track record, I don't know that that's happened once or twice, maybe 3 times, and we've had some, you know, disruptive influences. But by and large, it's been a respectful debate between people that are elected, that are charged to come here and have those discussions and hopefully come out of it with compromise or unanimity to move forward and improve our city on an ongoing basis. I see that in all of you, and I thank you for that effort. And no one could have done any of this work without us collectively getting behind all of this together. So for me, it's about team. It's about team of staff. It's about team of council. And lastly, let me just say that, as some of you alluded to, I have an incredibly brilliant staff team in my office that all spend a fair bit of time, you know, thanking on a personal basis, but in a very public way, say, you know, Drino Masick, if someone doesn't hire her for something after this term is over, then you're missing out, because she's the most talented, knowledgeable, experienced person that I think should have run for mayor, but that's a whole other story. Experience matters, and she's got it in spades. Greg Crone and all of them over there in that office have been a great asset to me, and I could not have done any of this with any of you without their help and assistance all the way through. So as Esther said a minute ago, the appropriate words are to you and to the citizens at large and to all of our great staff. Thank you. Always wanted a standing ovation. Thank you so much. Yes, oh, that was a standing recorded vote. Beautiful. Well, some of you need to go to the bathroom. Oh, you rush off. Thank you for that. Very kind of you, and we'll interact some more. And thank you. You know, I have friends here for life, and we'll be interacting, I'm sure, in the future for sure. Councillor Powers, I need a motion from you on the council communications.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Pearson, that the listing of council communication updates from September the 9th, 2022 to September the 22nd, 2022 be received.
Thank you. All in favor on that vote will be up electronically. You want to do an audible? I'm good with that. Okay. Any opposed? Not hearing any? Okay, that's unanimous. And we'll go to we don't have a private and confidential, thank God. Bylaws and confirming bylaws, and we're going to do a standing recorded vote on the bylaws. Councillor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Farr, that the September 28th, 2022 bills be passed and that the corporate seal be affixed thereto and signed by the Honorable Mayor Fred Eisenberger and the City Clerk.
Thank you. Standing recorded vote has been indicated, and the clerk will read off those that are standing. You get up.
Councillor Wilson, Councillor Farr, Councillor Nan, Councillor Powers, Councillor
Yes.
Jackson, Councillor Pauls, Councillor Danko, Councillor Partridge, Councillor Vanderbeek, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Pearson, Councillor Clark. Mr. Mayor.
That vote is certain. So thank you for that. Duly recorded, and a motion to adjourn would be appropriate. Moved by Ferguson, Johnson, Pearson, Partridge, Jackson, Pauls, Danko, Farr maybe, Nan, Wilson, Clark, myself. All in favor? Here. Any opposed? All right. Good luck to you all.